Thank you for calling the first person. Please turn it about the turn. You press star one if you want to answer a question. To turn it about the turn. Please press star one to start the line of service. Oh, I'm sorry. I had the NASA audio button on. Nailed it. Speak out, give me that thing. Hey, we got it. Yeah, all right. All right. Okay, dudes, we're going to start the stream off with doing the truck inventory. So, I wanted to get started a little bit earlier today, but that didn't happen because I'm trying to fix the cameras. So, that's good. But, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We are going to go, we're going to go, and we're going to go front to back on the truck and just go through literally everything that needs to be fixed. And then I will start, sourcing parts. Yeah, we'll start sourcing parts. Oh, it is December. I mean, it is December, Charlie Brown, and, Snoopy is the zero-G indicator, so it would make sense. But I decided to wear my, oh, chroma's out. That's lame. I decided to wear my Christmas sweater. It's December. It's officially Christmas. It's Christmas season here. So I decided to, it's not, it chromas, so that's good. But I wore a Christmas sweater today. Yeah, it's December, so all right. So that's what we're gonna. Wait. Wait a minute. What was that? Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. What the hell? It's a render? Who cares? We could make this. I don't care. Yeah, the fence and the leaves give it away, but that's still awesome, dude. That's still awesome. Yo, you gotta make this. Someone's gotta make. We gotta make that. Let's make. I don't have any space for it. Well, I do have space for a hot tub, but I don't want a hot tub. Not right now, at least. Man. Okay. I wonder. Man, I just aged myself by thinking. I wonder what the HOA thinks of this. Grab. Yeah, dude. I know I do stuff like that too. I built the office in here, right, and did all the drywall and everything, and the drop ceiling and stuff. And I gotta finish it because clearly when it rains, it gets very distracting. But man, now whenever I watch home improvement shows and stuff, if I see a home improvement thing, I'm like, man, that must have been expensive. Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's just really easy to do. Just hang a drop ceiling, am I right? It's like, oh yeah, it gets expensive real quick. It's just like, why? Stupid age. Yeah, exactly, Graham. I know. Never mind the drywall. How much did you spend on all those screens? All these screens? Oh man, yeah, no, a lot. Actually, Scotty, if I had a camera in here, I have a 4-screen setup. Like I have 3 monitors here that are curved, and then I have another monitor up there, and then the lights behind that. It looks like this, only with not 4 to 3 monitors. It looks like mission control in here. All right, dudes. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out into the shop, and we're gonna take Freb, and we're basically gonna look through it back to front and figure out everything. Like, I just want to warn you, for the people that are watching this, if you watch the VOD or something, if you're watching the VOD, hi VOD viewers, look, I did a lot of half-assed stuff on this truck, and I'm not, well, you know, I consciously did it. I didn't do it for lack of, like, not knowing how to do the right thing, like how to do it correctly, but some of it, yeah, but, like, there's a lot of stuff on this truck that is, like, not right. There's a lot of stuff. It looks good on the outside, but that's about it. There's a lot of internal stuff that needs to be fixed. There's a lot of things here and there that needs to be fixed. But, yeah, I just want to let everybody know that I kind of willingly half-assed it because I wanted to get the truck back in one piece. So, it was in pieces in, like, 2019. The thing was completely disassembled. We put it all back together. It's just kind of haphazardly put back together. Please tell me you don't intend on redoing the wiring again. No. The wiring is one of the things that's actually good. At least the engine bay wiring. The dashboard wiring is not ideal. Yeah. So, I mean, drummer tip. I'm not going to do it. But to be honest, wire harnesses are not expensive. And I'll be 100% with you. If I did redo it, it wouldn't cost that much money. I could get it done way faster, and it would be a lot better. But it's adequate for what we have right now. It's good until a mouse eats it. There's no mouses in here. Not yet, at least. There's mouses in the cornet, and that's not okay. But actually, Geeson, I Tesla taped all the wire. I don't know why I'm describing it to you. Let's just go. Mises. Anyway, so let's go to the garage capture. You have a mouse on your computer desktop. I have 2 mouses, but I like these mouses, so it's okay. All right. So, here she is. Give me 1 second. Let me load up. I know, yeah, we shut the alerter off here, and yeah, it's really bright in there. That's good. What's that, Grab? Would you like to guess what I found out was the cause of the bad smell whenever the heater kicked in on my Fiat hatchback the final winter that I owned it? Probably dead rodent in the cowl, dead mice, or a mouse's nest. Yeah, they make nests everywhere, dude. They're damn field mice. They're really small and they can go anywhere. They go everywhere. They're coarse, rough, and they get everywhere. All right, so let's do this. They had chewed up a bunch of the insulation layering in there too. You know what the funny thing is? This happened. Something similar happened to Brimo's car at the apartment. A squirrel or a mouse or something, some rodent started eating the wire harness in the 2020 Fusion. We had to get that fixed. You know why they started eating it? Because it's more environmentally sustainable to make the wire harness covers out of hemp. So mouses eat it. Yeah. Not their fault you have a rodent problem. Actually, Ford was like, yeah, we can fix that. Yeah, no problem. We'll get you a new wire. It was covered under the warranty, which is good. Just in. Snoop becomes an auto mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, they made the thermal insulation on the wire out of hemp on new cars because... Okay. Okay, Alex, so what are you saying? Airbus' Space Division has an internship opening in it for embedded electronics in Toulouse. Do it, you won't. Cellulose acetate, too. Plant-based, eco-friendly plastic. Bugs definitely love it. You already know. All right, cool. Yeah, good, good, good. Dude, Alex, like, I would have covered this for Space News recently. We've been doing other things. I'm not going to say that I'm busy because we could have made time for it. But, guys, there was a huge convention in Europe about how the European Union is going to expand in the space sector. It was a huge thing, and it's a huge deal, and they plan on really, really investing in space. The ESA does, like, which is, yeah, the ministerial meeting, exactly. There was like the who's who of European space engineers were there, and it was, yeah, big deal. They announced like an insane amount of money to be directly allocated for like space and space accessories over the next like 20 years or something. I forget what it was off the top of my head. Maybe Britain will get another launch site. Britain is actually about to launch. Here, check this out. By Drummer, in the southwest of England. They in Cornwall. They are going to. I'll show you real quick. Yeah, they're going to launch a rocket from there, off of the 747. Virgin Orbit is in Newquay over here. They have a whole facility right there. See it? And the 747 Cosmic Girl is parked right there. And this is a payload transfer building. They just pull the rocket out, lift it onto the 7.4, and then boom, there you go. And then yeah, so England is I'm not sure if England themselves can match what Europe is doing, but they are there is moves being made. And what's the name of the other company, guys, that's launching in Scotland? They're way up here. It's on this peninsula right here. They're going to build a launch site out here. Orbex. I think it's Orbex. I'm not sure. There's an old RAF base up here, that they're going to start doing polar launches from. The UK itself won't have the resources to really compete. Oh yeah, no doubts there, but there's a bunch of cheeky bunch over there, and honestly, there's like a lot of British engineers that still just work for the European space program. Seriously, the ESA's facilities all over the UK. Like, it's not, it don't be like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. No, I don't know if really compete, but knowing them lot over there, they probably got their fingers in a pie everywhere, mate. Probably got their fingers all over the place. Hi, maybe you've covered this before, but why do you think SpaceX didn't bother with a flame trench and traditional water deluge from the beginning? Oh, Cora, that's a good question. It's a good question, man. Here, I'll show you. Because honestly, at the end of the day, if your rocket is high enough off the ground, it really doesn't matter. Straight up. I think the reason why, and that's from a physics standpoint. I think the reason why there's a reason 90% of the F1 is in the UK, right? Yeah. The UK is still a member state in the ESA. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if the whole Brexit thing applied to the space program, to be honest with you. I don't know for sure, but either way. So, COSA. Okay, so like from a physics standpoint, if your rocket is high enough off the ground, you don't need a flame trench. There's a pretty good example right there. The Saturn 1B was no slouch. I forget what its liftoff thrust is. It just auto-populated milk stool again. Why would it think I wanted to Google the same thing twice? So, let's see. Its payload capacity to LEO is 21,000 kilograms. That's 46,000 pounds. That's actually really good. That's really good for the 60s. Considering the Saturn started flying in like 63, 64, that's insane capability for the early 60s. That's like right in line with like Delta IV Heavy, Atlas 551, Proton. Actually, it's more than Proton. That's right. It's actually pretty damn good. Now, so let's see. Maximum thrust is 7.1 kilonewtons of thrust. So 7.1 kilonewtons. That's move the comma over and move the decimal over, and that's what Starship is gonna make. It's gonna make 71 instead of 7,100 kilonewtons. Starship is going to make on liftoff 71,000 kilonewtons or 71 meganewtons. So, you know, at the end of the day, if your rocket is high enough off the ground, it doesn't matter. But also at the same time, I'm not sure if Super Heavy is that high up off the ground. I know that the milk stool is a little bit taller than the OLM off the ground. I'd say the orbital launch mount, if we're going from the ground right here, is probably like right here somewhere. Now, with that being said, I don't think that, if you really want my honest opinion, dude, cool, do you think they'll make the next towers taller to compensate for the current problems? They did. The one at 39A is taller than the one at, actually, I think it's a little bit taller than the one at Boca Chica. Now, here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit armchair engineer, and this is a little bit of my opinion. But you know what? Before I explain that here, so why? Why would SpaceX not want a flame trench? They're trying to simplify things. That's the reason. They're trying to simplify things. How Elon's companies work, and most of his companies work like this, is you basically try to boil the idea down to the basic of the basic. I'll give you an example, all right? And then, depending on what you need to do or what you want to do with that vehicle, you will add components back in. So take a look at this. Look at like an early Falcon 9. Early Falcon 9s always looked really weird to me because they're quite literally a cylinder. A cylinder with a fairing on the top. It is about as simple as you can get, right? It was all like back in the day when like there was one Falcon launch a year or something, or like maybe two a year, like 2013, 2014. I was like, I don't understand why people like this thing. It's so weird looking. Cause like I was used to the shuttle, right? Hey, oh no, damn, that's 20 subs. Thanks, dude. I don't deserve that. Come on. So, jeez. That's a way to start the day, man. Thank you very much. I guess simplicity, but it still seems daft. The best part is no part. Yeah. Hey, dumb. It's with the 28. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, and shut up. Okay. Thank you. Jeez. So, you compare that to, like, Falcon 9. You compare that to Falcon 9 Block 5. Block 5, if you really look at it, it's still that same damn cylinder. It's just got the landing legs, upgraded TPS, better engines, better grid fins. Well, it has grid fins. Better interstage, right? But it's still that same damn cylinder. Still the same thing, right? Oh no, generosity. I still don't know how to deal with it, Orion. Even after all these years, I still don't know how to, I don't know how to express my thanks correctly. It's Discovery. Go at throttle up. I don't know what to do with my hands. Discovery, go and throttle up. Oh, boy. Thanks, Wheatley. So, okay. So, my guess, Kosa, my guess here, I think you're right, and this gets to my kind of armchair opinion on this. I think you're correct. And I think most people saying, why would you go with no flame trench? That's a little crazy. I think they're also right. They're going to have some type of deflector in there, dude. Because, look, at the end of the day, that thing is probably a good let's see. Let's count. So, these are 2 stories in between each kind of slab here. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 10 stories tall off the mobile launcher deck. And I know that the mobile launcher, the deck of an ML, is, because I've walked, here's the subtle flex, because I've walked on one, is about, I don't know, maybe four stories off the ground. So like if you take 2 of those, 1, 2, so that's 40 feet, 60 feet, 80 feet, 100 feet, 120 feet, right? 140 feet, right? So we're talking 14 stories off the deck here. The OLM is not 14 stories off the ground. No way. And even then, the Saturn 1B still has a flame trench that goes down another probably 4 stories into the ground here. So, like, just in case you had more, you needed more flames going somewhere. So this thing makes 7,100 kilonewtons, so 7.1 meganewtons off the pad. Starship,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chris, 27 months. Thanks, man. Going to Edgecott tomorrow. Best cities build you done. Oh, that's awesome, man. I hope you have a good time, dude. Mission space, man. Ride the green mission. So, Kosa, here's where my kind of armchair opinion comes in. They're going to need a flame trench because this thing, we just did some math. It's 15 stories off the ground with 7,100 kilonewtons of thrust. The OLM is maybe half of this, right? Maybe half of it, maybe. And it's 71 meganewtons. So 7.1 meganewtons versus 71 meganewtons. Literally 10 times the amount of thrust, half the distance off the ground. I understand what SpaceX is trying to do, but at the end of the day, you can't beat physics. They're going to need some type of deflector, or else every time a super heavy launches, it will literally leave a crater under the pad. You got to remember, not you, like personally, Kosa, but like a thing to take into account here: 71 meganewtons of thrust. That's 15 million pounds. Okay. When all those Raptor engines go all at once, even with a sequence ignition, it's going to create an overpressure cloud. It's going to create an overpressure event, and that overpressure event will radiate out in all sides, like when we watched the static fire the other day. That pressure wave from the overpressure event of all those, of 33 Raptors starting all at once, is going to be, at least in the immediate area around the pad, probably about the same as a low yield nuclear weapon in terms of like force and pressure. They're gonna need a flame trench. You need some place for all that to go, and maybe it'll work just shooting it out to the sides like that. But you got to remember, so if there's no deflector down there, the exhaust gas is going to push against the ground, and it's going to compress against the ground, and then it's gonna splatter out on every side, right? But that compression force of 15 million pounds would be like dropping a 15 million pound brick of concrete underneath the pad. That's the equivalent force. Now, granted, it's probably only going to be for a couple of seconds, but a nuclear blast only lasts for a couple of seconds. The energy being released in that amount of time, dude, they need a flame deflector. There's no way you're not going to have one. Or a Mythbusters cement truck. I remember that. The milk stool was to align the S4... The milk stool was to align the S4B... Yeah, of course, S. I'm not saying that they need... Yeah, you're on a different wavelength. No. You misunderstood. No. I'm not saying that the Saturn 1B needed this. Okay. I think a wise thing to say would be Super Heavy needs something like this. But honestly, this structure right here, if you fired Super Heavy underneath it, it would obliterate it and it would blow the pad out underneath it and it would just fall. There's no way that structure would be able to handle the compression forces. Or not. I say compression forces, but it's technically a shearing load because the pressure is being radiated out from underneath the engine, so it's shear load introduced here. Dude, there's that's not the reason why the S4B is on the milk stool. I know that. We're talking about super heavy. The reason, you're right, the reason why the S4B is on the S1B is on the milk stool, excuse me, is so the Saturn 1B first stage and the Saturn 4, the S4B 200, so that's an S1B and an S4B stacked on top of each other. This is an S4B-200. -200 it's the same stage, but with a different amount of ullage motors on it, amongst other things. But that's basically a Saturn V's third stage. They were made right on the same assembly line in California. And then the vehicle staging adapter, they did that so the S1B's umbilicals line up with the Saturn V's. That's why they did the milk stool. So NASA could launch all of the Saturn rockets from Complex 39. You're right. That's the reason. They also moved the stabilizer here. That's another thing to note. They made a modification to the ML and moved the vehicle stabilization system up here. See the VSS? It's all the way at the top. On the Saturn V, it's down here. You could see the old mount for it right there. Yeah, and the crew access arm, obviously. I mean, you know, you can say whatever you want about Von Braun, but the guy was a hell of a project manager. His whole integrated system with mobile launchers and the Saturn family of rockets, like, ask SLS engineers how difficult it is to take an upper stage from one rocket and put it on another rocket. The commonality between the S4B and the Saturn V is unreal. That's insane project management. NASA literally engineered a heavy launch vehicle and a super heavy launch vehicle for the price of one super heavy launch vehicle. Because literally the Saturn 1B is made out of spare parts. It's made out of leftover parts. Now the Saturn 1 is not made out of partially is made out of leftover parts, but this is all just stuff that they needed to get to the moon, with the exception of the first stage. And that's the thing, Saturn 1 and Saturn 1B first stages, this thing, that's called an S1B. Saturn V's first stage is called an S1C. The S1B right here is literally made up of leftover rockets, fuel tanks. No, it's not a full truck stream. We're gonna play Kerbal after that. And Nova, if they had ever made it, Tesla, yeah, there would have been part commonality there too. Measurements. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. What's crazy is that SLS's umbilical. Hold on one second. I gotta copy a link first, or else it doesn't, or Synergy doesn't like it. You gotta copy one to the other. There we go. Yeah. SLS's mobile launcher is pretty much the exact same thing with different umbilicals on it, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, okay. So the milk stool would have been, 140 feet. Right there. Huh. Neat. I got it right. That was just an estimation. Shoot. Well, damn. Well, that's pretty good. AOL. So yeah, will Super Heavy need a flame deflector? I think so. Or they're going to have to repair the pad every time, and I know that SpaceX isn't going to do that. You're going to have to figure out another solution. But once again, they're supposed to blow the bloody doors off. What is this? Oh, that's the original Italian job. Yeah. Metal clad the pad. I don't know, but see, Kosa, here's the thing. So this is I gotta get working on the truck. So here's where I'm at. So I think they're gonna need a flame trench. Obviously, what I think does not matter. Elon does not give a frick what I think. I don't think he even knows who I am. It doesn't matter. Like I don't. Even if he did, it still doesn't matter. So I know they need a flame trench. You know they need a flame trench. And here's the thing. SpaceX probably knows that they need a flame trench. But how the company works is don't put a flame trench in. Best part is no part, right? Don't put a flame trench in until you prove that you freaking need one. So my guess is that after the orbital flight test, whenever that happens, some SpaceX engineers are going to look at the pad and be like, well, here's some pretty good evidence as to why we need one. We theorized that we need one, but we would probably have needed one. And yeah, this crater underneath our pad pretty much shows exactly that. Could SpaceX just launch it like Sea Dragon? In the water, zombie? No. Nah. You got to remember, so Sea Dragon was engineered from the start. Stakeholder expectations from the start were for it to be able to launch from water. No. What you're asking for, like, launching Super Heavy from water is like, unless you're talking about launching it off of the oil rig, in which case, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could work. That's high enough off the ground. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. But like in terms of just floating it in the water like Sea Dragon, that's like saying, hey, can my car be a boat? Well, yeah, if it was designed to float, sure. You got to get on with the trucks. Sorry to divert. I will always take the time to answer space questions, man. Because I think you're right. It's a bit on the why don't you have a flame trench? I mean, I've seen Saturn V's flame trench. I've walked in the 39B flame trench. It is an 8-lane highway. So Kosa, we're talking like the motorways that you use to get into London, like those roads, the big roads. So over here we'd call them federal highways. They are big highways. The flame trench is as wide as an 8-lane highway. It's huge. Huge. Like, forget driving a semi-truck through it. You could drive like 5 or 6 of them like right next to each other and drive it right through the flame trench. Hold up. Top Gear did boat cars. Yeah, that worked. That worked pretty well. They could get away with just digging a Soyuz hole under the pad, but the hole would fill up pretty quick with water with the water table. Yeah, I mean, Tessa, that's why 39A is raised up off the pad, because they went, wait, we're in Florida. Unless everybody wants a swimming pool. And you know what the funny thing is, Tessa? Flame trenches still get filled with water because it rains in Florida a lot. I remember talking to John Gadarowski about that. Because we walked up to the Slick 41 flame trench. And it was a swimming pool. And he's like, yeah, got to make sure we get the water out of there. I'm like, why? When you fire the rocket engine, who cares? He's like, yeah, FOD and stuff. That and gators like to use it as a swimming pool. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you probably don't want that. But anyway, what I was saying is, like, the flame trench, the Saturn V's flame trench is gigantic. It's freaking huge. And the Saturn V, dude, the Saturn V wrecked the flame trench every time they launched it. It really did. Even the shuttle destroyed freaking flame trenches after a couple of launches. I've seen the diverters. They get broken pretty easily. And the diverters are literally a concrete slab on a metal tray. And it melted the concrete right off, which is kind of, it looks like damage from a volcano, which is, I mean, that's about right. Long story short, a pad like 39, a complex like 39 is designed to take 35 meganewtons of liftoff thrust for a couple of seconds, and that still gets wrecked. Super Heavy has double that. And they are doing it commando, no flame trench. I think they're going to need a flame trench, and I think they know they're going to need a flame trench, but I think they're waiting to prove that they need a flame trench before they go and build a flame trench. Does that make sense? This shows the scale. There's a video of us taking it apart. Those diverters are absolutely righteously big. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's an S4B right there. Wait a minute. You know your UK references. I'm in the UK. You said daft, dude. Nobody outside of the UK says daft. You kind of gave yourself away. And when you talked about Brexit before, dude. I read chat a lot faster than I reply to it. I read everything that everybody's saying, even if I don't reply to it. Yeah, you gave yourself away, mate. That's all right. It's all right. Gave yourself away. What you're saying makes sense. What they did still doesn't. Yeah, no, they're waiting. They're waiting. They don't want to build a flame trench until they realize they absolutely have to. That's textbook SpaceX, man. That's how they work. Best part is no part until otherwise noted. Now, don't get me wrong. We're all sitting here going, you're going to need a flame trench. You're definitely going to need a flame trench. And that's not opinion. Physics says you're probably going to need one. Unless there's some physical calculation that I'm not taking into account here. That thing is going to crater that launch pad when it launches. I mean, honestly, it's going to be freaking sweet, right? Like, it's going to be amazing. That's a visitor center S1B, and she's all real. Cool. All I heard is blah, 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 flame trench, blah, 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 blah. Are there photos of the pad after the last Super Heavy launch? Follow Zach Golden, CSI Starbase, on Twitter. My buddy Zach, he's a mechanical. He's got his mechanical engineering and like chemical engineering degree. He's one of the smartest dudes around. He likes looking into stuff like I like looking into stuff. Yeah, he was saying the other day that the concrete underneath the pad is gone. It's not there anymore, and that was with 11 engines. So. Goalie, it has I can't believe that. It's got a, dude. That should be inside. It should be inside. Oh, yep, just give it a little wiggle. There you go. Did you see that? Seriously. Doesn't matter if you're moving rocket stages around or you're trying to take trying to take something apart. Just give it a little wiggle. Just wiggle it back and forth. Just give it a little wiggle. It'll come out. Huh? There it goes. We could put that on the launch pad and launch it right now. I very much doubt that because that thing has been sitting there for freaking ever, dude. I hate this. I hate that this pops up. Oh, more video. Oh, it's Facebook Watch. Oh, great. I can't believe that dude, I didn't know they had a real engine in there. I did not know that. I thought they took the engine off. But yeah, dude, look at it. The S4B is a really good design. It's a really good design. Like NASA at the end of the day should have kept launching the S1B. They should have kept using it as an interim. But they literally took actual rockets that were sitting in the VAB ready to fly and put them outside. Look at the upper stage. I am looking at the upper stage. I'm only here for the naughty views of rockets. Danke für das Geschenkabo. Is that how you say subscription, Hutzer, in Deutsch? Danke für das Geschenkabo. Ja, ist gut. That's annoying. That's annoying that that's real. Goalie, like I said, I thought it was a dud. I thought they took the engines out. Nope. No, that's real. That's a little frustrating. Can't you say NASA should have just kept doing what they're doing most of the time? Yeah, Pop, I'm noticing a recurring pattern here. Got to leave it in there for the balance. I guess that makes sense, Soapbox. Thanks for the sub. Yeah.
Discovery,
Go handy.
go at throttle up.
69-month resub. Nice. And structure. I mean, Soapbox, the engine ain't structural. You could have no engine up there. That's no problem. Maybe because it's on its side. But the reality of the situation is they probably just said, screw it, just put it outside. We ain't using that no more. Dude, it's still got the Rocketdyne FOD cover on it. See? With the Rocketdyne, old school Rocketdyne logo. Dude, we don't need... You know what? It's okay. It's okay now because Artemis is going, and that Artemis mission is going real good, so I'm not going to say all is forgiven, but also, I mean, it's okay, but... Or is that in Alabama? That's the Saturn 1B in Florida. Bro, and like Goalie, because they keep repainting this thing, I always thought it was a dud. They, like... At least, like, it has the engine out. Because, like, if you look at the back, like, they keep repainting it, and they painted the thing with whatever, and it looks too new to be sitting out there. I'm like, nah, that's not real. I know they restored some components down here, but... Oh, man. That's why you keep working on it. That thing should go inside. It should go inside. It should go inside. Are you going to be watching the Tesla Semi at 8 p.m.? There's a Tesla Semi at 8 p.m.? Oh, I guess we're watching that. How's the list going? We're about to get started. And, okay, so the last thing I'm going to say about this is that if it's not going to be in a museum that's inside, it deserves to be at the bottom of the ocean, if you're picking up what I'm laying down. How's the house after all the rain? It's fine. I checked around the house last night after the stream. Everything's good. I think it should be inside and exploded for display. I think it should be at the bottom of the ocean. All right, dudes. So why not both? Yeah. I mean, Soapbox, like, I ask from time to time, and I still think this is a good idea. Chat and the internet doesn't seem to think it's a good idea, but like, the manufacturing techniques to make the Saturn V are old school. Like, I'm not trying to say you could make one in your garage, but you could. Like, because the manufacturing techniques are so old school, like, the way they were building Saturn V's in the 60s is like something that you could have in your garage, for instance, nowadays. Like manually driven lathes, drill presses, stuff like that. Like, the welding techniques are welders that you can go to the store and buy. You know what I mean? Like, they're not... No, it's not analog. Apollo had a digital flight computer, Alex. It was the first one. I think it was a Skylab lifeboat. Yeah, that sounds right, Goalie. Yeah, maybe, Tessa. Analog computers are big business right now. They're making a comeback. Interesting. But what I'm getting at with, like, making it with tools is, like, if we had, like, modern CNC machines, right? We keep saying, oh, we can't make the Saturn V. We can't remake the Saturn V. I'm sure you could figure it out. Don't get me wrong. That would be a hard problem to solve. It would be hard to do. Right? It would be difficult. Because, you're going to run into... you weren't there. You don't know the technicians that were involved because of all the Saturn V parts were hand machined. The technical expertise was stored up here and not on a hard drive for all the technicians that made those things. So you're gonna run into teething problems just like you would with any other rocket. So like the argument for like making a Saturn V isn't that we couldn't do it. It's that, you know, if you're going to try and rebuild one of those things, you might as well clean sheet a new design and work with more modern components. And that's literally the reason why SLS exists, because you could say whatever you want, but shuttle components are more modern technically than Saturn V components. Like, as weird as that sounds. But it can be done. I really think it could. The danger of tribal knowledge. Yeah. You'd be better off making something from scratch. You know, Tessa, I think we could make one. I think manufacturing a Saturn V wouldn't be a problem. We could manufacture one. We could remanufacture one nowadays for not that big of... It wouldn't be that big of a deal. You could make it, sure. Would it work like the Saturn Vs from the 60s did? Probably not. That's where the institutional knowledge was. It was up here in the technicians' brains. Stay off that government auction site. I haven't gone on there since the whole rocket engine fiasco, Tessa. I refuse to go on there. Purpose-built analog computers are gaining a lot of ground in serial industries. Interesting. U.S. is one of the largest deposits of aluminum in the world. Just got to dig it out of the ground. Oh, for analog computers, yeah. All right, dudes. Let's go. We have work to do. All right. I'm going to go out there. Testing. How read me? How do you read? Can you hear me? Low, 5x5, real good. Lag in the sound. Loud and clear. Okay, give me 1 second. Screen's gonna go black. Okay, should be back now. Good now? Okay, cool. All right, so around 50 milliseconds, it's good enough. All right, well, whatever. We're gonna need to go into the truck, so I don't need a hat. Time to watch some Christmas movies. It's Die Hard time. Good man. Good man. All right, dude. So what we're going to do today is we're not necessarily working on anything. What I'm going to do is we are going to make a list of all the things that I want to do. All the things that need to be done to get this truck completely 100% roadworthy. I'm talking it needs to be reliable enough to drive it to Florida. No, maybe. But I want it to that point. It needs to be that good. This thing needs to be perfect. I want it to be perfect. The reason why I want it to be perfect is because
Me and my fiance have decided that when we get married, we want to drive away in this. And I really, really, really don't want that to break driving away from my wedding, because I will literally never hear the end of it. The rest of my family's a bunch of Chevy guys. This is a Ford. I will never hear the end of it. Screw that. Screw that completely. So it needs to be reliable enough to make it to Florida. That's my benchmark. Whether we're going to test that benchmark, I don't know. But I need this thing to be immaculate. And it's not immaculate. It needs work. It looks okay. It looks good, but there is some stuff that needs to be done. Step 1, buy a Chevy. Step 2, put the Chevy inside deferred. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. If only for the reason why, like, everyone does that. That's lame. I don't like that. So, the good news is that I do have a camera. I have a new camera for people to check out. Let me take the carpet that I've been trying to lay out, and I'll put the carpet in the bed for now. That's the carpet for this truck. But put Coyote inferred for the 59, maybe. I don't know. So here's the cameras that you're used to, but I do have a new camera. I have another camera set up. And here, Ogwalks, that's funny. Let me go to the big screen here. We have the new front cam. The reason why I took the rug off is so you could see it like this. So we got to finish this. Like I said, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad on the outside, but there are things, like it has no exhaust, for instance. We should probably fix that. I always wondered how hard it is to find a windshield like that. Yeah, fortunately, the windshield actually isn't cracked, so that's good. Please swap the front and rear cams. Oh. Yeah, sure. I guess that makes sense. Can you start it up? It has no exhaust on it, and I don't know what the state of the fuel system is. I haven't run it since 2020. Pandemic did weird things. Anyway, when 3D print Freb letters? I don't know. So what we're going to do is this camera right here. We're going to go like front to back, and we got to look through everything. So let's get to it. Start at the front bumper. I said across her nose, not up it. Sorry, sir, doing my best. Who made that man a gunner? I did, sir. He's my cousin. Mike doing flickering static, by the way. Flickering static. Do these things have chrome bumpers? You can have chrome bumpers for them if you want. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe the cable is frayed or something. See, here's the thing about the lapel mic. I want to put it like back here, right on my belt. But if we get down underneath the car, I'm just going to lean on it, and it's going to shut the power off. Sounds like a fan, I think. You're probably hearing the computer fans, dudes. You know. The computer fans. It's gone? It stopped? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I unplugged my speaker. Interesting. That's got to be some electromagnetic field static. Here, I got a question. Does this make it come back? It's an F100, Matt. Now it's a buzz. And now that's nothing, right? All right. Well, cool. Yeah, okay. So I had my speaker. I have a little crappy mobile speaker here to play the sound from the alerter, and it was charging. And it was charging from the same kind of cluster of USB. It's charging from the same kind of cluster of USB ports as the... It's on the front bus of the computer, and that's where my microphone receiver is plugged in. That's where the wireless receiver is plugged in. So that would probably explain all your static. Yeah, that was a little EMI. But anyway, let's get to this. So, okay. So, the front of the truck up here looks pretty dang good. It's really not bad. There is some paint scuffs up on the front valance right there. I did paint the lower part right here. I had it all apart, and I painted it, and the paint was great. Paint came out real good, and I think it fell over in the garage. Somebody knocked it over after I had painted it, and it chipped it all up. Like, I don't know if you guys can see it here. Let me zoom in. See? See what I mean? So that kind of sucks, but there is some dents in the grill right there. I don't know how that happened. I don't know who did it. It's a little bit annoying and it does need to be fixed. So, I mean, the front bumper, that's the original bumper. I don't know if I should paint it or not. What do you guys think? What year is the Ford? It's a 59? Well, like I said, we're just gonna go through and I'm just gonna write down everything that I see, and then we'll prioritize from there. If it was chrome before, I say keep it chrome. The grill was chrome, the bumper was not. Leave the bumper alone. Yeah, I kind of like that faded look. It looks pretty good. I mean, the bumper's straight. It's super straight. Like, this thing has no dents on it. It wasn't used. This wasn't used. I mean, it was used. It's pitted to all hell, but it's definitely really nice. If we hit this with some sandpaper and then repainted it, it'd be good. It's a little pitted all around, but that's just from being on a truck being used. There is a little bit of a dent right here, just a tiny one. And there's a little bit of a scuff right there from the bolt. But other than that, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. But yeah, I want to go like full through. So let me get a piece of paper. And it didn't come with a chrome bumper. The chrome bumper matching chrome grille would be pretty snazzy. I could buy reproduction chrome ones, but yeah. I'm just gonna get a piece of cardboard here. And we're gonna make a new list. So, like, I don't know. You know what? I think I said we were gonna go through the whole thing, right? But it probably would be better. It probably would be better to just eye the mechanical stuff first. Don't you think? We should probably do that. So here, let's go up here. Let's take a peek under under the hood and see what's up. Let me move the camera. Number 1 for list, paper notepad for a garage. Take it for a test drive and see what works. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, we'll turn the high cam off here. You guys come with me. Come on over here. All right. So in here is really not too bad. This, oh, Nikes. Oh no. Oh. All right. Great. Damn. I don't think that's from here. I'm pretty sure that's not from here. That's from my parents' house, believe it or not. Fail. Yeah, that's from my folks' house. Because that's where the truck was. That's where we did a lot of work on it. The engine bay is mint and spacious. Oh yeah, dude, we did a lot of resto work on this truck already. Like, I repainted all this. It's really clean under here. That's why I'm kind of bumming that there's sunflower seeds from what I can tell. That's definitely from my parents' house because my parents kept bird seed in the garage. Because they're at that point where they like, oh, let's set up a bird feeder in the backyard. It'll be great. Oh, look at all the damn birds. We'll go bird watching on the porch, Peg. All right, dude, honestly, underneath in here is like one of the places that we don't need to work on much. But there is a couple of things that I'm noticing after we put everything together. So one, my solenoid, I cut these out here because I have the provisions here for an independent front suspension. We have the provisions for it, like that. I don't know if we should do that. I don't think we should put the IRS in right now. That's a little bit out of my skill level for working on a car. And I don't really have a welder to be able to finish the work. We could buy one, maybe eventually. That'd be kind of nice. But yeah, so that's why there's cutouts right here. There's cutouts for the upper control arms. And then I do have the mounts for it right here. But if you look, see there's some open wires right here. These open wires are connecting to the starter solenoid, and I had to run new wires because I put this exhaust header in. These exhaust headers are something I wanted to put in because we had the factory exhaust manifolds on this 302 here before. So I wanted to put these on if we were going to do the exhaust. That and this it'll make doing the exhaust a little bit easier. Now this one isn't, obviously it's not all the way on because I didn't finish running the wires. The wires to the starter, in order for this to clear correctly, I needed to get a mini starter, so I needed to rewire some of this. So these wires are just kind of hanging. We need to sheath these wires and we need to get them away from this because this thing gets very hot. Because it's the exhaust. It gets hot, so we do need to fix that. I'm going to put that on the list of things to do. We don't necessarily need any parts for that, which is good. We just got to finish it. Hey, Tom, thank you. All right, so I'm going to switch off. Yeah, no, that's fine. I was going to say I should probably just bring the camera with me. Probably just bring the camera with me so you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, we gotta So the header is not all the way on either, so we got to do that. So let's go right here. Freb list of things to do. It has a gasket on it, Haji, already. So this is in no particular order. So one, exhaust, header. The exhaust isn't bolted in, so we'll just do that. 2. Starter, motor, wiring. 3. Now, the other thing that I was thinking is that solenoid is kind of open to the tire. It's open to the wheel well because it's open to the wheel well because of those cutouts. So we might need to relocate the solenoid because I don't want it that close to the tire, especially if it's kind of exposed to it. Now, if there was a piece of metal there, it kind of wouldn't be a problem. But leads for the plugs? What are you talking about? Plugs? The starter motor is wired, Tessa. It's wired up. Starter motor is wired. It's just the wires need to be... I need to make a harness for it, basically. The spark plugs aren't connected. I guess if you want to throw that on there too, yeah, sure. I mean, that's not hard to... Yeah, all right, so... let's go ignition. Ignition wires. They're unplugged because I was doing the exhaust headers. So from there, I'm just going to put exhaust. We'll just put exhaust system there because I know there's no exhaust attached. There's no exhaust attached to it. It's got nothing. But yeah, I mean, they're off. Merc is right. They're off for the headers. But yeah, I mean, if you want to put it on there, we can. All right. So let's go back over into the engine bay and let's see if there's anything else. Oh, the brakes leak. That's leaking. I know that happens. These wires that I did are pretty good, but I did screw up some of the flaring. And this isn't, I can do better than this. I did this fast. I did this just to get it done, but it's definitely leaking right there. It's leaking off of that. That flare is no good. So we do need to redo the brakes. The brakes need to be redone. It's leaking right at this junction. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it, but yeah, it's definitely leaking brake fluid. Don't want that. So we got to redo the brakes. Okay. Well, not redo the brakes. The front brake lines need to be redone. Let me go back over here. Front brake lines. Redo or just fix that one connection. I don't, JSP, the one that's going from that junction here. I'll show you. I just want to redo the entire front brake line system. Those are good, but this isn't a perfect is the enemy of good. This one is broken. If this was working, I wouldn't care. But see this? See that right there? Here, hold on. Let me get just, I need a little more slack in the wires. See this? That's no good. This isn't bad. That's okay. But this, the one that goes underneath, it was this, I built this to clear the exhaust manifolds, not headers. So that needs to be redone. That wire needs redo. And then we absolutely have a problem on this side as well, because the brake line is literally underneath the exhaust dump. See it right there? Yeah, that needs to be all redone. It doesn't work with the exhaust headers, so we got to redo that whole thing. I probably should have mentioned that. You don't want anything near the exhaust headers except for ignition wires. That line looks destroyed on the bottom. Hey, nice guy. What's going on? So, looked flat. Round the back. No, that's all right. It's just kind of free floating here. See, this is what I mean. I did this quick. And it's not right. And then the AT line, this is the transmission cooler. We might have some problems with the exhaust. I might need to rebend some new AT lines. Yeah, we might need to redo the AT lines because this is the automatic transmission cooler lines right here. There's a tiny little radiator that it's up there. You can't really see it, but it's up there on the front of the radiator. This is for cooling the transmission fluid. Yeah. Under here it doesn't look bad. I don't really see any oil leaks or anything. I mean, this thing would be caked in oil if there was, but then again, it hasn't run, so it hasn't run in a little while. So, see, it looks like I may have RTV'd up in there. That's not too bad. But yeah, motor mounts are okay. The cross member is, I mean, it's not going anywhere, but it is just kind of being held in by these bolts right here. Those are grade 8s with nylocks on them, with a lock washer and a regular washer, just to be sure. I mean, I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but it is free. This thing is not welded. We should probably tack that in there. I think we should tack the motor mounts just to be sure. We should really, yeah, we should do that because, yeah, once again, this cross member is just, gravity is holding it. I'm not going to say gravity is holding it in. It's not going anywhere, but you don't want it to move around at all because it could break. You want it to stay still because it's the engine cross member. It's holding up something that's pretty damn heavy. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean about half-assing stuff. We should tack this at the very least. But you can see it is mounted to the box, which is good. That's really strong. The flanges aren't going anywhere because it's on plate steel that's on the box. But see, like even down under here, the frame is not. It's not even painted down here. I ground this down from when I had a buddy come and weld this, and I didn't even paint the underside. That needs to be done if we're going to drive this on the road. It's fine right now, but it's fine because it's been sitting in a garage. Like, see, even the mounts, the mounts for the shocks where I originally ground the rivets out for the shock mount, we got to paint that. It has to be painted or else that's bare metal. It's going to rust. So we need to add to the list, tack weld the engine mounts in there. I have a welder that should be able to do it. It's a little crappy flux welder, but it should be able to at least pinch it enough to get that thing to not move. So we got to paint all the bare metal on the frame. And yeah, see, it's a little scaly down here, but it's okay. Oh, frick, that's the OE motor mounts. Oh yeah, we got to paint all that. That all needs to be painted. There's a lot of boogeymen under here. See, once again, this is not stuff that you absolutely have to do. This will scale over. It's not that big of a deal. But I want it done right. I want it done right, and I don't want surprises like this when we go to drive this thing around. Okay? So we got to fix those. That's pretty scaly. Once again, like I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not half-assed. I know that's half-assed. So let me keep adding to the list. So 6 is motor mount weld. 7, paint bare metal on frame. Just hit it with some bed paint. You know what I use? Here, let me grab it. For painting the frames, I use this. I use roll bar and chassis paint because it's roll bar and chassis paint. This VHT stuff is great. Really good. So, yeah. I have plenty of VHT, plenty of chassis paint, so I'm not too worried about it. So paint the bare metal on the frame. Man, I'm gonna run out of list. We're gonna run out of list. All right, let's go back over here. I'm gonna bring the list with me. So the AT lines probably are gonna need to be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think about? What do you guys think? Those two steel lines that are to the left of the engine. I can see them flanking. The 8-ball and the shift knob. Yeah. And the fuzzy dice. I think there's already fuzzy dice in there. There is fuzzy dice. I just don't have the 8-ball shift knob. What do you do if your e-brake just like doesn't brake? You got to adjust the drums, S-Master? Transmission fluid, not a manual, unsub. Find a manual transmission and I'll put it in, dude. It's got a 3-speed in it, 3-speed auto. Why is every car repair list on a piece of cardboard? Because shop, I don't know, because that's what you have lying around. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should redo the AT lines. I don't know. It depends if they foul on the exhaust. So I'll kind of, you know what? I'll put these as a question mark. Maybe? So we'll put this over here in the maybe section. Maybe. All right. Hang on, my door. Sometimes this metal door at the front of the shop doesn't shut all the way and cold air starts going out. Yeah, it's cardboard aided. Absolutely. Off to the gym. See you later. All right, man. I don't know what this is. There's just wrappers everywhere. Okay. Let's see. What else? What else? My wife's work friend's brother has a shop, and it usually has cases of booze inside, not a car. Okay. I have beer in the fridge. Does that help? Okay, now here, the next thing that I'm going to show you is kind of a big line item. This is something that absolutely needs to be fixed. It absolutely does. And once again, this is more butchery, and that's on me. I need to fix it. Absolutely. Look at that leaf spring perch. The bolts aren't there because the bolts don't line up. The reason why they don't line up is because I gacked the frame a little bit right there. These bolts went in, but the frame is bent. Just not bad. It's not bad. It's just right there. It's bent down a little bit, and it makes it so those bolt holes don't really line up. That's an easy fix, but in order to fix it, we got to take this all off. So the leaf spring perch, the rear leaf spring perch needs to be fixed. This all needs to be redone. All up, like right there. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it is bent down a little bit, and we do need to fix that. Oh, come on. That's no good. Right up in there. It is a little scaly under here, but it's okay. Once again, they're not really leaking too much. That's the transmission that fell. It's not too bad, but yeah, there's still a little bit of caca up there, but whatever. This is the original transmission cross member. Believe it or not, this thing is not really doing anything. I could get rid of it, but I like that. We'll take the structure. That's fine. So this is where the automatic transmission cooler lines are. They go down here. And I was kind of worried that they might foul on the exhaust, but you know, maybe they won't. Maybe we could just give them a little bend out here and kind of go from there. But yeah, this brake line is terrible. That needs to be redone. That's horrid. All right, let's go over here. So leaf spring perch is something that we need to add to the list. And then, what's next? Let's take a look. What else can we find? This is the transmission linkage. That's not cotter pinned. Yeah, that'd be important. You want to be able to shift the stupid car into park when you need to. Okay, cool. Hang on. I'm under a car. I can't see chat. Give me 1 second. Shuttle. Good thing about trucks is that you don't need to jack them up. You can just get under them. You go over a speed bump too fast, you might lose the brakes. Yeah, I know. The brakes are already on my list. There's 2 bolts on that thing, on that leaf spring perch. There's 4. There should be 4. So there should be 2 here and 2 there. There's 2 going upright, and then there's 2 going sideways into the frame. The 2 going sideways into the frame, it doesn't line up because the frame is bent down a little bit. But like in order to do that, dude, we got to take the whole front. Like if we want to do it right, we got to take the whole front axle out. Now, the other thing is that the bushings on those leaf springs are, as far as I can tell, they're from 1959. So those, but you know what? Let's go take a look. Let's see if those bushings are shot. Yeah, that's a little cracked. Yeah, when your rubber starts cracking, that's probably not a good thing. Let's check over here. Oh. Oh. How's that one look? You guys tell me. You're going to have to see it up close. Oh yeah. Yeah, those are done. See how scaly they are? Like in between the metal. This is the metal from the leaf spring, that's the metal from the shackle. See in there? That's toast. Yeah, those are the originals. They're like cloth. Yeah, see in there? No good. How about the other side? Oh yeah, no, we should probably fix those. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I had a suspicion that the bushings weren't good, but yeah, they're definitely not good. You need a close-up camera? There's no way I could have gotten the camera in there, but yeah. Think your minimum focus is about a foot? All right. So let's go back over to desk cam. Front. Fortunately, they make those. I'm surprised how stupidly simple the underside is. Dude, it's an old truck. Flagging, you know how I always say, like, oh, they don't make them like they used to. Well, dude, that suspension is dinosaur suspension comparatively to like modern suspension. But the thing about it is that, you know, if you think about trucks that were sold post World War II, even trucks were basically like this all the way into the 70s, and the 80s is when they started kind of really complicating things. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the 97 out there. The 97 is still pretty damn simple. But this thing is like, if that thing is calculus out there, this is addition. The suspension for trucks sold at the time, I mean, dude, this was at a time when there wasn't service areas all over the place. The suspension needed to stay together, and it couldn't fail. That wouldn't work. You couldn't have, like, there wasn't a dealership. There's no internet. You can't go find parts. There's not even parts distribution. Like, to find replacement parts, you'd have to, like, even if you had a dealer near you, you'd have to wait a long time. The suspension can't break. It can't break. So they kept it simple on purpose. Thanks, nice. Can donators get their name on cardboard too? Hell no. No, you're not. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, so the thing really isn't designed for like ride comfort. Not everything has to be a Euro touring car, you know what I mean? It's designed to work, and it's designed to not break. And by doing that, they kept it simple. They kept it simple on purpose. Don't get me wrong, there were more complicated suspension designs in 1959. They had double wishbone independent suspension. That absolutely was a thing. Porsche had swing arm rear suspension. They had independent suspension all around in the 50s. Porsche had it. Volkswagen had it. You know, like, they kept the truck simple on purpose because this isn't a luxury vehicle. It's not supposed to. It's a work truck. Keep it simple. Does this run on leaded gas? No. How heavy is this truck? 3,000 pounds. like probably 1,400, 1,500 kilos. It's pretty heavy. The steel is really solid because it's from the 50s. Not as heavy as your mom. Oh. In my opinion, leaf spring suspension feels better than modern cars that put you to sleep. What? What, do you have a car that has front leaf spring suspension? Yeah, Tessa, that's the thing. Mini suspension was simple because I had to keep it simple. Because once you sell the car, it's really hard to find new parts for it. They kept it simple on purpose because it couldn't break. Because if you're out in the middle of the country and the thing breaks, then you're going to have a problem. Used to, my brother had it. It was an old truck. You receive a good truck that never breaks, but you also receive breaking your back. Nah, Alex, they made up for it by making the seats really cushiony. True story. Don't Teslas have leaf spring suspension? No. Teslas have double wishbone. They have double wishbone front and rear. Yeah, me too. Me too, Blart. Honestly, I still want to see this thing in Fallout blue with a Fallout yellow top, but this red color is growing on you. It's like a deep candy apple. It's called Autumn Maple Metallic. This truck was repainted sometime in the 80s, and dude, first of all, they did the same thing as the 97. The paint shop, whoever painted it, painted right over the original paint. They didn't even scuff it. This paint will eventually go. It'll eventually chip off. Just like that one is on the 97. I'm looking for my cousin's number so I can get you the family discount at O'Reilly's because that's a long list. Really want? All right. What's the original color? Tessa, the original color on the 59 could be described as, how I like to describe it is milk truck green. I think nowadays they would call it seafoam. So see right there? That's the original paint. It's in the 50s, pastel was, they loved pastel colors on cars. I don't know what it is. Pastel blue, pastel red, pastel yellow. It looked like a Hallmark card in car form. You can see there's the hinge that I replaced. But while we're here, hey, what's up, Ian? Not too bad. That's just paint coming off. That was already would have come off here. There's a little bit of rust in there. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's no good. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix that. That's not ideal. Yeah. That's the cab mount right there. See the bolt? This bolts to the frame right here, and this is a brace, there's a bar underneath here, but looks like there's some seam sealer in here. Yeah, that's old seam sealer. The reason why I'm poking at it with the screwdriver is because if you can poke at it with the screwdriver, it's no good. And it needs to be replaced anyway. Yeah, this. Oh There's it back in there. Not bad. A little bit of rust behind the door mount. Yeah, okay. That was there when I parked the truck, so this is a speaker wire, if anybody's wondering. We'll probably redo that, but yeah, see all in here. You got to get in here with the wire wheel. It's actually not bad. It's pitting. It's pitted all up in here. That's pitted, but it's not through. Yep, still solid. That's okay. This has got a little bit of grot. I don't know dude, I'm not that good of a welder. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. That definitely needs to be patched. Yep. Yeah, it's no good. Yeah. And that, it looks like it's rust is like water dripped down here and it's expanding in that seam right there. We can fix that, that's no problem. Fortunately, that's all solid right there. It's gone. This is gone on the other side, so that's pretty good. Down here, that's all okay. There's a little bit of pitting right there. We could seam seal that up. That's not a problem. That's all right. Okay. She just needs a bit of Bondo. Are you going to dynamat the interior? Yes. Yes, I am. So, passenger side floor. Okay. The doors and everything and all the body needs to be reshimmed too because the door doesn't line up. I'll show you. So you can see when I put this door back in, I mean, I replaced that hinge probably 10 years ago. And when I put the door back in, I had no idea how to shim this. So, see? That's no good. See this line? That's way too close. See the line over here? That's way too much. The door, the whole door needs to go forward a little bit. Just a little bit. And you can shim the mounts, you can do that. But yeah, it's no good. But yeah, there's a little bit of, see? The red paint's starting to come off here, and it's taken the factory paint with it. We got bare metal right there. That's no good. Check the driver's side too. We can get to that in a second. So passenger door alignment. The audio is desynced again. Really? How is it? How? Why would it be desynced? Half a second off. Dude, every time I use this setup, every time something new goes wrong. The second I fix something, something else goes wrong. Strangest thing. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go to black screen because I got to restart OBS. If it wouldn't, it would be too easy. Yeah, you're not wrong. Test. Test. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm not going to ask questions. All right, so test completed. So the doors isn't shimmed right, and I don't know if there's any body people. If there's any body guys here, please forgive me. Like I said, I put this together really quickly, and this is atrocious. So this should be smooth. It should be one smooth line. This should line up with that. That should line up with that. And no, it's horrible, and I really don't like even showing it. I mean, if you look at the trunk, if you look at the truck from the front, you can really see it. I mean, it's not the worst. Good from afar, but far from good. See, right here. That's what I mean. The truck looks good. It's not bad, but it needs a lot of small things, because when I did it, when we put all this stuff back together, I rushed it. I rushed it because I wanted to get it right. And don't get me wrong, that got the truck further along than I'd ever gotten it previously. But there's a lot of stuff that's half-assed. I don't think the hood's even on straight. Those gaps look like a 2017 Model 3. Nice. It is at a bit of a slight upward angle, the hood. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Here, let's take a look. Let's see what we can see. Dudes. Here. This camera's got a good zoom. Oh no. See? All up in here. That's not lined up. That's not lined up. That's junk. Yeah, all right, crashing. Yeah, no problem, dude. Okay, so I'm going to add to the list 14 hood. Hood alignment. And you know what? Just because I know, driver door alignment. Driver fender alignment. It's good from afar, but it's far from good. So, yeah. It looks, I mean, like I said, from far away, the truck looks excellent. It looks really nice, but she does need work. Don't kick the camera stand, idiot. Sorry, I'm just tightening up this tripod here so it doesn't move as much. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Nothing some Bondo can't fix. Yeah. So the next thing Dude, I'm going to need more cardboard, to be honest. I'm going to need more cardboard. There's so much stuff. Wheel bearings. Got to check the wheel bearings. Check the hub. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I've been working on the truck. I'm trolling YouTube scammers, yeah. So, I don't know when the last time I had this wheel bearing off. Probably it was like 2008 or something. Spoders. Damn spoders. Get off my wheel. I mean, the hub isn't in bad condition, but yeah, that's... And the rotor is fine. I don't think the rotor has any scale. We might need to take that off, though. Might need to take it off and see. Oh, boy. Tapered lugs. No problem. This is a 5x5 hub pattern. 5x5.5 is actually what it is. Truck hub. Spoder plus. Didn't you pull the wheel bearings off when you did the brake lines in the master cylinder? Don't remember doing that. I don't remember doing that. How is the latch on the hood? I was thinking if you need to align the hood, you might want to check that the latch is good. I mean, the latch works, but yeah, here, let's... The latch works, dude. But here. Who's subbing? Who told you to stop subbing? Animal. Help, there's a cat on my keyboard. Meow. All right, so sometimes, depending on where the latch strikes, you can see where the, like, you can see where the paint is kind of ground off from the hood opening and closing. There's the AT cooler, by the way. See that? You see where it's shiny right in the center? Come on, tripod. There we go. See where that's shiny? It looks like it's... The hood is close, man. It's pretty close to being right. I'm trying to look where it's shiny as opposed to where it's pitted. It's pretty spot on. This is pretty much right where it should be. The hood is close. It's close to being right, but it's not exact. What I should have done... What I should have done, and this is a good thing to do, when you take a hood off, right? Take a Sharpie, right? And dude, this is something I just didn't know at the time. Take a Sharpie and just draw a line. Just a white Sharpie, a grease pen, or something. Draw a freaking line around it. Literally trace the bracket around on the hood, so when you put the hood back on, you just line it back up. That's how you know it's good. I didn't do that, and so this thing is caca. Put the camera inside and close the hood. Yeah, Dave, I suppose we can do that, can't we? I'm not going to use the good camera. The camera that you guys see right now, that camera's a good camera. I was pointing at it because, you know, you can see it. You can see me pointing at it when it's on the other camera. All right. How are we going to do this? So here, you guys go down under there. No, don't worry. I got you. I got you. Can you see the latch? Oh, you can. All right. Ready? Hood's coming down. You can see it. I'll be damned. Here, hold on. Let me, oh, that's pretty neat. Here. I think we got it. I think the camera needs a little bit more angle so you can see this side right here. So let me just see if we can do that. All right, ready? I speak from experience, you don't want to have the hood spring open on the highway. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that looks right, guys. It looks, I mean, like I said, see how that bar, you have play. Like the bar is long so you can shim the hood. Everything on this is like super shimmable. See how the bar is long. What I'm trying to see is if you guys can get a good shot of over here. The latch or something. Oh, oh, oh. Did I lose the camera? No, I just shut the light off. Hello. Here, maybe. This might work. Maybe. Nope, you guys fell. You fell. Hey, no, I got you. I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. You didn't fall. You didn't hit the ground. You're good. You're fine. Everything's fine here. How are you? This might be a little bit of a weird angle. Ready? Love this thing. So much room. Yeah, that looks right to me. The hood towards the driver's side if the latch doesn't have adjustment. So much room for activities. Yeah, the amount of activities you can do under the hood here is making my head spin. All right, well, let's here. Let's look at the body lines then. Mercs, let's take a look. So here looks so yeah. All right, hold on one second. Let me get my my little pointer to Tony Montana. Right. See what I mean? The thing about body work is that once people show you and you see it, yeah, see what I mean? Those are supposed to be touching. Yep, that's no good. That one's yeah, the hood. The whole hood is back like that. It's dipped. But also the quarter panel, if you look the distance from here to there, see? You got to look at it like this. See? See what I'm talking about? Right there to there. And then look up here. See what I mean? I'm wondering if the whole clip is tilted downwards a little bit. I don't know. I'd have to go look at the manual and check. The latch on the hood needs to go up a little, I feel. I'm not sure if the latch is adjustable, dude. Hold on. I don't think the latch is adjustable. I think the hood is. No. Nope. Yeah, okay. The bottom mounts here, Mercs, are eccentric. Yeah, no, they're eccentric. This latch can go up and down. Oh. So, oh no, Mercs. Uh-oh. That might be a problem. Well, if none of this is shimmed correctly, that means that my guess is that this core, the radiator core mount, is not. What do you think? Frick. None of this is shimmed right. I might have to take it all apart. That's low priority stuff for the list, though. Jim, if the hood isn't lined up, it can pop off. It'll, yeah, what Shy Gamer said. But, I mean, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. We're not going to drive the car fast, but honestly, like in wedding pictures, that will show up. It'll look like the truck's a jalopy. I don't want that. I want it shimmed and I want it done right. I think the whole front clip is, I'm just going to put front. You can Photoshop it? Yeah. I don't want it. Nah, dude, I don't want it. I'd rather just do it right, man. I'd rather just do the damn thing right. All right. Okay. That latch that grasps on the hood side. But if that's able to be lowered on the front support, then that will work too. But it may not be this. That's what I'm thinking, dude. That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's eccentric. You can slide that bracket up and down. But you don't want to align the hood to a core support that's not aligned. So we got to think about this. How would you do this? What would you align first? That's where my mind's going. How would they, okay, so let's think about this. How would this have been done from the factory? How would they have done it? The clip would not be going on first, so a little bit on how trucks are made. Trucks are still made this way. They are still made this way to this day. You have your core support right here. See this thing? It's called a core support. Why? Because it's holding your radiator core and it supports it. This is a structural component. Actually, it's not really. It's not structural in the fact that the truck, like you could take it out. You just have, your radiator would just be sitting there. Your radiator would just be sitting wherever. This thing ties the grill, the quarter panels, the inner panels, and the hood. It ties everything together. This is the structural brace that holds the whole front of the car together, or whole front of the truck together. So the core support, so bear in mind here, the core support has different things attached to it. So you have your core support, you have your lower valance, grill, quarter panel, or overseas they call them wings, whatever. So you have your outer wing or your outer quarter panel, you have your inner wing or your inner quarter panel here, which is like the engine area, and then on the opposite side you have the same thing. So that whole thing, so the core support, grill, valance, quarter panels in and out, that makes something called, on a truck, it's called the front clip. That whole thing, this whole assembly, would have been built on the assembly line separately and then added to the truck. So the reason why I bring this up is because this wouldn't have been, they wouldn't have aligned to this. I could try to align this bracket to the hood right now. We could try to do it. But if we try to align to the core support right now, what's the point? The quarter panels aren't lined up. So the hood definitely wouldn't have gone on first. It wouldn't have gone on before the clip, that's for sure. So the hood alignment is last. So, because they would have aligned the hood to the clip, right? So the hood would have gone on, it would have been like one of the last things they put on the truck, because there's this thing that's in here, the engine, right? You need to put that in, and it's better if the hood is not there when you do it. So the hood would have probably gone on last on the assembly line. And then the hood would have been aligned to the clip, and the clip would have been aligned to the cab, because the cab is one of the first things that goes on the truck on the assembly line. Like, actually, to be honest with you, on a truck assembly line, they take the frame down here, and they flip it upside down, and they install the suspension on it upside down, and then they flip it back over, and then they put the cab on. Trucks are literally still made this way. They are literally still made this way because this way works. Because trucks are a little bit simpler than a car. Even the F-150 Lightnings, the brand new electric pickup truck that Ford made, they make them the same way. It has a front clip. The front clip on the Lightning, though, doesn't have an engine in it. It has nothing in it, which is actually kind of cool. I think that's kind of neat. So we would be aligning hood to core support, right? And so hood to clip, clip to cab. And if we're aligning clip to cab, that means we shim the doors first, right? Am I thinking about this correctly? Am I thinking about that right? We'd want to shim the doors first, and then shim the clip to the doors, and then shim the hood to the clip. I think that's right. I think I got that right. Pretty sure. What do you guys think? The core would be adjusted first. In this case, be aligned root part first. Well, the frame, yeah, the frame, yeah. My body shop told me that when aligning panels, pick one to start and align everything off of that. Okay. The front clip isn't twisted, Shy. It's not twisted at all. All right. Okay. Yeah. Shim the door. I mean, I don't know if you guys necessarily agree with that or not, but shimming the doors first seems like the right idea. You want to shim the doors and get the doors aligned with the cab, and then get the clip aligned with the cab, and then hood should be aligned to the clip. I'm pretty sure that's how this is done. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's how we're gonna have to do that. That's no problem. That shouldn't be too bad. Since the gap at the back of the door in cab is based off of a structure, I would start there. Yeah, I'm with you. Freb says hi, Joe. So, okay, we need basically panel alignment all around. Just everything. Align to the cab. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. We got to align to cab. So doors first, then clip, then hood. Hood is last. And honestly, the hood should completely align. I'll bet you that if we get the doors and the clip aligned correctly, I'll bet you if we get all that done right, then the hood will just fall right into position. Body shop guy told me years ago that an amateur trying to adjust body panels on project cars can be a nightmare if they don't know what they're doing. Eons of tiny adjustments. Yeah, Orion, you're probably right. But the thing is, I have an internet behind me and a chat behind me. And believe me, it's one thing I know about the internet. If you're doing something wrong, someone's going to let you know. So that works to your advantage if you're trying to learn new things. Yeah, that works really, really well. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to add a source here. Let's do, that is not me cam. Okay. That's the desk camera. Okay, no, not that one. I'm going to add, must be that then. Okay. I'm going to add a me cam right here. There we go. All right. All right, what else? What else? I was never a bodywork mechanic, but you would be surprised as to how we fix minor alignment issues on new vehicles. Just massage it into place. So, okay. While we're on the subject of doors and stuff, I have replacement glass here for the smoker's windows, for the vents. See how that glass is no good. It's all bubbled over and it's delaminating. I mean, not bad after this amount of time, but yeah, look at it at an angle. See, this glass doesn't have that. This is the window. This is the side that we're playing. Oh, it still does, just it's not nearly as bad. So we should probably replace this. I mean, I have the parts. Ooh. I have the parts for it, so, I mean, might not be the worst thing to take these things apart, clean them up, and then throw them in. You know? I think it would look a little bit nicer. The mirrors are brand new. I bought them because the old truck had some weird Chevy mirror or something on it from the 80s, and it looked ridiculous. So I put the chromer mirrors back on because bullet mirror looks freaking sick. I really like that. How you liking the Cape after a few months? It's nice, Joe. Yeah, it's good. I can't complain. All right, let's go in here. How's this window working? Okay. It's not bad. Oh, the glass is scratched. It's scratched. Ah, frick. How's the channels work? Oh no. Is that okay? Doesn't look too bad. Door latch works though. That's good. I think you're going to need more cardboard. Yeah. Yeah. It's not Christmas until Hans Gruber falls from Nakatomi Plaza. Indeed. Okay, moving on. We are probably going to need more cardboard. Do we all agree that Die Hard is a Christmas movie? Die Hard is a Christmas movie. And, okay, it is a Christmas movie, and anybody who thinks that it's not a Christmas movie is completely wrong. Like, this is not a debate. You're incorrect. You know why? I can explain it. How's the roof looking? A little dusty, but okay. Die Hard is a Christmas movie because what's a Christmas movie? A Christmas movie centralizes around Christmas. Okay? Home Alone, Christmas movie. Home Alone 2, Christmas movie. Christmas Story, Christmas movie. Why? Because the whole reason the movie exists is because of Christmas. The whole reason in the first Die Hard why John McClane goes to Los Angeles to see Holly Gennaro is because of Christmas. The whole reason he's there is because of Christmas. It's a Christmas movie. Not up for debate. Not up for debate. Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie too. First one is, at least. Home Alone is a prequel to Saw. Nice. So, yippee-ki-yay, Melon Farmer. This camera shot needs to be slightly over. There we go. Hype for the B-21 reveal tomorrow. Gonna be so much freedom. Yeah. Dude, this list is going to get, yeah, I should have started the list over here. I should have started the list over here. Yeah, we need more cardboard. We need more cardboard. You need more cardboard. I gotta cut this. Huh. Give me one moment. One moment. Tell Jenny Summers that Mr. Ahmed Foley is here to see Ahmed Foley is here to see her. One moment. Give me one moment. One moment. All right, I got more cardboard. We good. Is the back of the cardboard usable? Yeah, I don't see why not. But I have more now, just in case. I just needed to cover up the shipping label that's still on this. Zay redeemed garage stretch brake. All right. Oh, okay. I mean, there you go. Yeah. We need the opposite for redeem when they're in the garage. Office games break. Cab corner shot. Fellas, I don't know if I'm ready to do the metal work, but I do have replacement cab corners. But there is a bunch of pinholes down here. Oh no. Listen. Crap. That cab corner's going. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's what I get for leaving this thing sitting for all this time. That's actually still solid, believe it or not. It's just rust underneath the paint. That's what happens when you paint over another paint job. You can still see where the factory paint is in there. See it? We'll stop scraping it. It's going to come off anyway, yes. All this stuff would come off when you're driving. Dude, there's rust in it, but see what I mean? Look, this thing is rusting, but it's still... If you can hear the echo, the reverb, you hear the reverb? If you can hear the reverb, it's still solid. Not bad. Not bad at all. This thing's pretty clean down here, but it's going to need... That needs to be patched up, like, immediately. But also, see right here? That's going. What's the inside look like? That's junk. Shouldn't be too, like, once again, I just gotta really figure out, I gotta get the welder out and we gotta practice. Yeah. I mean, this isn't bad considering how old the damn thing is. I painted the step before I put it on, but the step's still got, it's still pitted to all hell. And I don't think I mounted that step right at all because it's going, there's a seam right there. Is it supposed to have that? Flex seal? Yeah. There's a little bit of pitting on those rivets right there. How's it looking underneath? It's not too bad. I might just take an angle grinder and zip that right off because finding those things is expensive. These are expensive. All right, Let's add to the list. Passenger cab corner. You know what I might do? Later down the road, I'll go through this stuff and I'll organize it into like body work, mechanical work, stuff like that. Yeah, Rares, you know, like I'm thinking let's just go figure out everything. We'll make a list of everything that needs to be done. Like the cab corner, like a quick solution would just be to sand it down to bare and paint it and just live with the holes. You know, that would be a way to do it. I mean, you're not going to see that too often. This side right here, that needs to be painted. That that wheel well is kind of caca. But, yeah. I mean, this thing could do, I'm not going to say that it could do with a whole new bed, but this bed is super dented. And don't get me wrong, I got a hammer and a dolly. We could do the body work, but then we got to repaint. That's not a big deal, but there is dents all over this thing. And what sucks is that the dents weren't there when I parked it. See? There's a huge one up in the top right here. I don't know what did that, which it really sucks. But if you look at the bed, I didn't know how to do body work, and you know, I kind of still don't, but when I painted it, it's got all kinds of scuff marks, dents. The bed was used. I mean, see, it's all dented in there. Like I said, good from afar, but far from good, man. See? It's very scaly back here. You can get these you can get replacements though. You can get a replacement bed. They do sell them. The reason why they sell them is because they're absurdly simple. The bed is it's literally just 4 flat pieces of metal, and this metal has the top rolled over and these things on the side, these bars right here for posts if you want posts in the bed. These things, the quarters, those get a little expensive. Those get expensive. But yeah, this one's, oh man, I didn't even notice that. It's all, dude, look at it. Look at the scale. Look at how many dents are in this thing. It's a little clambered. Yeah, this dent's right there. Might just have to live with that. I could get a hammer and dolly, and we could hammer out all that. Well, not get. I have a hammer and dolly. We could belt all that stuff out, but we'd have to repaint it. What happened to it? So Spark, the bed, with the exception of like that dent and a couple other things on this side, all these nicks and dents are from being used. This is not the bed that was original to the truck. When I bought it from my uncle, he was putting a step side bed on it, and the step side bed wasn't painted. It literally looked like a Jackson Pollock painting. It was really, really tired. I did bring a lot of it back as best as I could. I mean, dude, I did this paint right here. I did this in my parents' driveway. I had this thing out in the summer of 2012. I sanded this whole thing down. I caked this bed with aircraft remover, got it down to bare metal because I had no idea what I was doing. Actually, that may have been 2011. I had no idea what I was doing. I literally had a drill with a wire wheel on it, an electric drill with a wire wheel on it. And I just kept swapping batteries because I didn't know any better. And I did the whole bed. I painted the whole freaking thing. I had this all down to bare metal. Sanding it with an electric drill when the battery went out every 5 minutes. Jeez. It does look, the paint held up. It's not too bad, to be honest with you. Now your dad's driveway is a super fun. No, they made me vacuum, clean it all up, Jim, because my dad got mad. He's like, you can't put that in the storm drain. You can't do that. So I sanded this all down, and I vacuumed the driveway. That's what my dad made me do. On a cage, 22-month resub. Yep. Rear bumper's fine. The blue dot lights, they just need to be taken apart and cleaned. I'm not sure what's going on with the drum under there. I haven't taken this wheel off in years. Yeah, okay. I haven't taken that off in a long time. We're probably going to need to do that. Okay. You know what? Let's see how much one of these things is. Let me go on LMC and we'll see how much one of the quarters is. All right. Desktop. Let's put the handy cam in there. Hello. Put the handy cam in there. There we go. The scratches and dings are badges of honor on a truck. Yeah, but painted over Ford, they look a little weird, but whatever. Let's go. Ford. We need 57 to 72. Shop now. Let's go bed and tailgate. All right, what do we got? Uh, 59. Or this thing could just, not work. Why is this so laggy? I don't understand. Just get off the screen. Got that road to space picture-in-picture dialed in. All right. Here we go. It's right at the top. This is the style side bed. Let's see what we got. Some of the Mitsubishi F2 fighters were stripped to bare metal, recoated, and reassembled after the tsunami. Jeez. Yeah, see? You can buy them. You can pretty much buy everything here brand new. So how much would number 4, how much would number 4 be? Bed complete right hand, 57 to 72. Bed comes with the stake pocket holes pre-cut. Oh, the stake pocket. Oh, no. Okay. Whip out your credit card. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get down on one knee so I can see the monitor a little better. Here, I'm down here. I don't have a chair here, so just one knee is fine. All right, so bedside, complete left hand, short bed, 57 to 72, 386.96. Short bed, 132 for the front panel. Yikes. So 386 for the sides. Wait. Includes front, oh, it includes front and rear bedside extensions. So that's 5 and 6 if I'm looking at that right. 5 and 6. Okay, how much are, let's see, how much are the fenders? Number 9. Oh, okay. And then the last piece of the bed is number 16, which is the back. Cross sill, 76 bucks. Do they have bedside tables? Well, that's what the step is for. But see, they don't sell the steps. See that? They don't sell the steps. Those pieces they don't make. They don't make factory reproduction. We might need to go find them on eBay. Actually, you know what? Before we go any further, let me check something on eBay. Might work. Ford step side bed. Hey. Hello? Oh, it's a long bed. That's a long bed, I think. Or is it? Yeah, where is this? Eric. It's in Texas. I think this is a long step side bed. Because look at the step right up at the front. Yeah, it's definitely long step side. Okay, back that out. No wonder that's $100. Nobody wants a long one. That's a flare side for the 97. It'll fit. It's a 80. It says 87, but that'll bolt to mine. Except mine's a long bed chassis, so it'll look weird. $1,400. See, yeah, man, LMC is way cheaper than this. There's a nice tailgate. My tailgate's still in good condition. We don't have to worry about that. What is this? 40 step side, complete bed, frame not included. It's not the right year.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's not the right year, but see that bed? That's pretty much what my bed looked like when I started. Maverick, 16 months. Does Rock Auto sell them? I'm not sure. We could go check. I'm going to go ahead and say no. Let's try this way. Ford 59 F100. Mine had a 292 in it, but not that matters. Body, lamps, and accessories. Door handle, Quarter window seal, weather stripping, rear window seal glass, high division bar channel, window molding and seals, bumpers, nope. What's wrong with the truck? We're going through everything that we need to fix. Nope. Those are my steps. 73 to 79 flare side steps. That's exactly the steps that I have. Mine are in better condition than those. Bed kit, 53, 56 F100. It's the same bed. $2,100 for the full thing. What's that one? Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the thing, but 1,500. I think LMC is cheaper than that. Dude, I might just, like, I wouldn't put this super high on the priority list, but maybe we should just take this bed apart and just do the body work, you know? Maybe we should take it apart. Maybe we should do the body work. I'll just get a hammer and dolly and just ding out just knock out all these dents. But then I'd have to match the paint again. Ugh, I don't know if I want to do that. Classic Industries is $3.99 per side. LMC is selling let's go here. It's $386. Yeah, okay. So LMC is the cheapest you're going to find it. You ain't going to find it cheaper than that. That's good to know. Yeah, dude, I might just take this bed apart and fix it. Fantastic deal, IMO. I have $1,000 budget, dude. I have $1,000 budget for the truck, so yeah, we got it. We got $1,000. That's kind of the budget for anything that needs to be fixed. I thought it was 2,000. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I already have wood for the bed. My tailgate is fine. I have all the hardware. Yeah. Does it run? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it runs. You could start it right now. I'm not sure what the state of the fuel system is in right now, but if you poured if you poured gasoline down the carburetor vent line into the float bowl, primed it a couple of times, it should work. But it's got no exhaust. Don't pour water down the carburetor, by the way. That's not going to end well. Yeah, that doesn't end well. All right. Well, at least I got a good idea. So let me kind of put this all together in total here. If we wanted a complete new bed, how much is that going to cost? So front bed panel, add to cart. Let's see. The underside bars, I don't need. So I need left panel, right panel, front panel, rear sill, and those things come with those. And then we need 2 fenders. So Bedside complete left hand. Bedside comes with stake. Pocket holes pre-cut. Okay, so we need one of those. Left hand. What's the difference between that one and this one? Oh, it does not have stake pocket holes pre-cut. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are more expensive, so we're going to need one of those. So we have 1, 3, and 4. We need a bed sill. Oh, cross sill in the front. Let's just see what that does. And then we need number 16. And then we need 2 fenders. What's the fender number? Number 9. And then number 9 again, right here. Are these stock parts or made to order? They're stock parts, dude. Yeah, it should pretty much bolt together. So a totally new bed is, oh frick, expensive. Yeah, it's $1,600. Damn. Yeah, it's not happening. No, they're not reversible, dude. They sweep on the back, so yeah, I can't. They're not interchangeable left to right. Yep. Okay. Executive decision. I am not going to do that. We're not going to do that. I'll save the budget that we have for... I'll save the budget that we have for everything else. It's good to know that I mean, for a brand new bed, $2,000 is not bad. It's not the worst. It's not the worst, but yeah, also. That's a lot of poop truck runs. Oh, summer car. Yeah, I gotcha. Sorry, why are you looking at a new bed? The one that's on it is pretty bent up, and there's dents in it all over the place. We're gonna have to Bondo it. But see, like now, what I'm worried about is that I'm worried about matching the freaking paint. Took me forever back in the day to find rattle cans that match the truck. I honestly think what we should do is just clean this up and then get a hammer and dolly and just bang out the dents. But if we want to do that right, we got to take the bed apart. Don't worry, taking the bed apart is not that big of a deal. It bolts together. 2 panels on the left and right, fenders bolt in. It's not a big deal taking it apart. I'm not worried. We can take this thing apart and I can hammer out most of these dents. In fact, I can hammer out pretty much all of them. There's no real ridiculous body damage. The only real ridiculous stuff is that it rusted right here, right on that seam, because water got trapped in there. But we could Bondo that up and make it look nice. I mean, it's not structural, so who cares? So the floor is wood. That's right. Yeah. The floor is wood. Yep. Yep. I have a pine bed in there right now, but if you guys can see it, I have oak I have oak right here. And yeah, I wanted to put the oak bed in because that's what it would have came with from the factory. They used oak because it's hardwood. So yeah, I was gonna like on my list was to take this thing apart anyway. And then while we take the bed apart, if we're gonna take the bed apart and you're gonna take it off, we might as well go down underneath and just do the rear suspension bushings and get on the back of the frame and paint everything and make it look nice. So I'm going to add that to the list. Rear suspension. Is pressure treated wood a good idea to make it less prone to rotting? Oak. Oak, dude. Oak. Yeah, pressure treated wood or teak or something. People do that. They put marine plywood in there. But yeah, the oak, if we stain it, I could hardwood stain the oak and it would look amazing. And dude, oak is super strong. It's not going to dent. I mean, it will if you like took a hammer to it, but one of the guys I work with says heat it up before you hit it with a hammer. That would help some, but you still have to repaint. Yeah. Yeah, heating up the metal gets it malleable. You can bash at it. Now, like, and you know what I was thinking, dudes? The other thing about this bed is that if I'd got a new bed, if I've decided to splurge and buy a new bed for this thing, I would never want to put anything in this bed because I'd be worried. I was like, I don't want to dent it. It's brand new. This bed is bashed in. It's bashed up. It's bashed up, whatever. It's been around the block a couple of times, no problem. But whatever. Who cares? We could put stuff in this. I don't give a frick if it gets dented. So you know what? Yeah, we'll take this apart because we got to do the wood floor. And now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't care. I don't care if it's bashed in. I kind of care about the quarter. Because it's really easy to spot that it's been dented. So I kind of just want to fix some of these dents on the outside. We can take the bed apart. Like, once again, taking the bed apart is not rocket science, okay? It's really simple to take this thing off. Yeah, we'll probably go and just take that apart, hammer out the dents, do the Bondo work, and repaint it. If I have to do it with rattle cans, I have to do it with rattle cans, whatever. I don't know if a flare side like this is rare, but it looks good. I agree, man. It's a nice looking truck. I really like it. Look at it from the front. It looks weird at first because there's like a big gap in the hood. Like, it looks very strange, but it grows on you over time. It's just a nice looking truck. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going with our list. Can you get side liners? Side liners? Oh, for the inside of the bed? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Okay. Next page. Next page. What were we up to? 20. $21. We could put bed liner in there. That's no problem. So let's just do... Let's say bed boards. bed fender dents. So the boards and the dents, and that's, I mean, that pretty much covers it. So, will you be doing any CAD with this? Well, I am. It's cardboard aided in my list. It's cardboard aided list, dude. Merkers, you found a site that was cheaper, but it was still $284 per side. And what? Nah, screw that. Screw that, dude. If I put new metal, this isn't a show truck. I want it to be nice. I want it to be nice, but it's not a show truck. If I put new metal back here, I'm gonna get annoyed when it gets dented. Screw that. Let's make this look nice, and then we'll go from there. That's basically what I did the first time. I can hammer out most of these dents with a hammer and dolly. No problem. That really won't be a big deal. And, you know, some of this stuff we're going to have to grind down and we're going to have to repaint, but we're not repainting the whole damn thing. So we'll just get some rattle cans, paint it, and then wet sand it. It'll look fine. Right? Like, so 23, I'm going to put underneath. So if we're going to do bed stuff, right? We're going to take the bed off. My rear pinion seal is leaking, so rear end pinion. That needs to be fixed. 24, rear end pinion seal. I already put rear suspension bushes. That's fine. It doesn't need new leafs. Those leafs are fine. We could do with taking them off and painting them, clean them up, just make them look good. So I'm just going to put paint, rear frame, leaves. Okay. All right, what else? Let's go around the horn again. So, I'm going to add rear brakes, dudes. Yeah, we're going to add rear brakes. So, we got to look over them. I got to make sure that the drums back there are good to go. We also need to fix the e-brake. So rear brakes, and then 26 e-brake. Okay. I think that covers the bed pretty sufficiently. Let's go around on this side of the truck and go from there. Yeah. I'm going to have to reposition the cameras here. Actually, I don't think I have the slack to get the cameras over there. Huh. Yeah, actually, hold on. Let me mess with this for a second. All drums, I would think, for this year. It's got a disc brake conversion kit in the front, dude. I have a Chevy Master Cylinder, power brakes, discs up front. Should probably do the front brakes. You know what? I'll just put that on there. Check the pads, right? Might as well. 27. Front brakes. And then 28 is front wheel bearings. Because if we're going to do that, might as well do that. We'll do the bearings while we're there. For what it's worth, I think the bearings just need to be repacked. I put Timkins in this back in the day. There's Timken wheel bearings up front. I'm pretty sure they just need to be repacked because they've been sitting. So I need to look at mine. Thank you for saying that. Yep. After the mechanical stuff, what are you going to do with the paint? Are you repainting or are you going to cut and polish? Cut and polish, dude. Yeah, I'll cut this paint and then we'll go from there. Because this, yeah, Dude, I don't think I have time to paint the whole thing. Could we do it? Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I could do it. We could do it in here. I could we could do a makeshift paint booth. No problem. It's definitely doable. The truck have a kingpin setup in the front? Yeah. The kingpins should be okay, but, you know, I'll put that on there. We'll just say check. Check kingpins. Are you fixing it up to take it to the show? I'm fixing it up to take it to my wedding, to make sure that it doesn't break when we go to drive it away. Yeah. Brimo and I want this to, we want to drive away in this truck. It's kind of cool because the F-250 was there when we got engaged, and the 59 is going to be there when we get married. Actually, the 97 is probably going to be there as well. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the deal. I don't know what the wedding logistics are. It's still a long way away. It's next year, but like good ways into next year. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was trying to see if we could get the cameras over here. Yeah, there is some body work that needs to be done. Yeah, there's some body work that needs to be done, to say the least. Okay, let's see if I can get the cameras over there, and then we'll go. One wheel peel leaving the wedding. It's got an open diff. If I have some money left over, RB, we'll put a limited slip in it. But it's got 370s. It's a 370 open diff, which is nice, but yeah. 370, it's a 9-inch rear end, so there's tons of parts for it. Okay, you're right. All right, you're right. Damn you. Okie dokie. Yeah, I got BFGs on it. It's nice. Let's look around. Ooh. Those Curie rear ends are really nice, but I don't think this is the right type of truck for that. Curie 9-inch rear end housing assembly for a 57 to 72 F100. 31 spline axles, 5x5.5 bolt pattern housing. Oh, you're really tempting me. Actually, hold on one second. Let's go back over to LMC for a moment. RB, actually, if you want to see something cool, so let's go back over to home. Body parts, bumpers, suspension, fuel system, grills, lighting, steering. Maybe it's in suspension? I don't know. Suspension front and rear, shocks, lift and lowering, poly bushings. You can find center sections, I'm sure. Yeah. Ford 9-inch disc brake. Here we go. Ford 9-inch disc brake conversion kit. How much does that cost? $680. That's the full conversion kit. I need to run new brake lines, but whatever. No, that's the full kit, $600. Disc brake rotor standard. Oh, so you can buy replacement rotors and pads. I don't worry about pads. You can get pads at any parts store. The combination valve, I'm pretty sure I already have that because I have disc brakes up front. Should get another F-250 rear end and put that in Freb, you know it'll hold. That's not the right type of rear end for this truck. This is a light duty truck. It doesn't need a 10-inch rear end. That's terrible. We need to fix that. But yeah, Blue, I do. Yeah, we do know that it is good, right? Is your truck power steering? It's power steering. It wasn't from the factory, but this one is. This, believe it or not, this truck, believe it or not, and I'll show you guys when we go to take it apart. It has a 1985 Toyota 4x4 SR5 power steering box in it. Yep. Yep. There is a Hilux part in this truck. The power steering. It's from a Hilux. It's plus 30 to durability, man. Of course I'm putting that in there. Excuse me, is that a metal jug of WD-40? Yeah, so? Yeah, so this thing has Hilux parts in it if there's any first gen Toyota, or well, it would be a second gen Toyota pickup fan. Yeah. They figured out, somebody back in the day figured out that if you take the Toyota steering pump and you, power steering pump has the steering input coming in this way. So like if the front of the truck is that way, the steering column goes down, and the power steering pump on a Toyota has a Pitman arm, right? And it goes like this. Somebody figured out a way to turn it 90 degrees and make a bracket so it bolts to the frame. All you got to do is drill the holes, and then it'll work with Ford's Pitman arm, which actually goes forward and back instead of left to right. I can show it to you guys. It's over there. It's a 59 RB. It's got a 9-inch rear end in it, dude. It's a 9-inch rear end with 370. It's 370. It's a 370 open diff. But I'll be honest with you, all the other stuff that I'm noticing, like the repair and just like, bushings and stuff like that, that's not going to cost a lot of money. I mean, it could add up if we're not careful, but like aligning the bed, like banging out that stuff in paint and then aligning the quarter panels and the hood and stuff and the doors, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, we do need metal work, and I do want Dynamat in there as well. So it's a nice smooth ride, or quiet ride, I should say. And we need an exhaust. Like, parts I need to buy is not that high. It's just a lot of stuff, fixing the stuff that we already have, which is good. I could bust out the welder and that diff would be taken care of. You ask for miracles, Theo. I give you the FDI. Anyway, let's go back over here. You know what? I'm wondering if putting in a 59 F100 will actually do it. Nope. Here, let's try this. Transmission and drivetrain. Oh, by the way, this is Summit Racing. Summit Racing is it's a toy store for car guys. Yep. You want to buy go faster stuff. Summit's good, and then we could go check Jegs after this too. Rock Auto is good. I buy from anywhere. Anywhere I can get it. Anywhere I can get the parts, Sleepy. Between those three, it should cover most parts. Drive shafts, drive chain couplers and yoke, differential and rear end components. Here we go. Uh-oh, more part hunting. Something like that. Dude, no center section, huh? Holy crap! You can buy the limited slip, right, in the clutch pack, but no center sections. Well, there's a center section right there. It's the stock rear end, yeah. Ford. It's got a stock rear end is a Ford 9-inch. It's got 370s with an open diff. I don't know what the splines on the axles are, guys. I've never taken them out. Yeah, dude, the front of the truck water is nice. It's cool, right? Check McMaster car? Nah, no. No, that's not the right application. Plus, I don't like going on McMaster car unless I absolutely have to. Knowing the age, probably 28 spline, yeah. Okay. Here, let's go 9-inch rear end. What engine does it have? It has a 5.0. It's got a 302 in it with a 4-barrel carb, 600 CFM carburetor. But the 302 it's first of all, it's bone stock, except for an intake manifold and valve covers and exhaust headers. It's a bone stock 302 from 1979. It came out of a 79 F100 that crashed. Yeah, my uncle swapped the engine in. This thing originally had a 292 Y block in it. It's a 4.8 liter V8. But having the 302 is way better because there's way more parts that you can add to it. Y blocks are junk. They're pieces of crap engines. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. They're good engines. It's a good design for the time, and they're super freaking reliable. But you can't really do anything with them. Jeez, that's a lot. Why do you not like going to McMaster car? Because I only have a certain amount of money to spend. Here we go. 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 What do we got? Nope. Okay, looks like we're doing a one-tire fire. Yep, all right, that's not gonna work. Okay, let me move the camera. Uh-oh. Are we still live? "28 splines." Okay. We're still live. Well, that's good. That's good. I just unplugged the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi router. Yeah, okay. I'm on a hardline connection. I remember now. I was going to say, I unplugged the wrong thing. because I'm an idiot. Camera wires are everywhere. So the main camera is off right now, guys, because I had to unplug it for a moment. This camera needs to be near the near an outlet for now, because I found this camera recently and the battery was toast. Not toast, but it's just not. Come on, you. There we go. Battery was just dead. There we go. 62. There you are. All right. Okay. Does switching to that front cam work? Yes, it does. Sweet. USB battery bank. I have one over there, dude. It's just charging the other lapel mic, so if you need a Ford 9-inch spy, use one. They're everywhere. Yeah, geek. Yeah, probably. It's probably a better idea. All right. So what about an 8.8 out of a Ford Explorer? Warder, the thing is, I mean, I could do it, but I'm like, dude, okay, so I'm not afraid to say my like skill level here. If the track width on the Explorer is the same as this F100, then I'd do it, as long as it's something I can bolt in. Changing the leaf spring shackles and the leaf spring not shackles, changing the leaf spring mount points and the shock mount points, that's not something I can do in the shop right now. Of course, I have a space shuttle in the garage. Duh. Sent a DM. Not sure I was looking at. Okay. I don't see any DMs. Yeah, changing the points might suck. I'm somewhat sure the Explorer's coil sprung, not leaf. Yeah, that would be tough. Summit, what's this? 28. We needed 28 spline. Yeah, the diff carriers. Yeah, let's do that some other time. All right, so this camera's the only one that can get to that side of the garage. It's the only one with enough slack. So we're gonna need to use this camera for a little bit here. So this side, what do we got? Well, the hood is definitely not lined. Yeah, this hood is. It's close. Yeah, the hood's definitely. Let me take a look. All the pads touching. Yeah, they are. This quarter panel is actually a little bit nicer. It's a little bit nicely aligned. I kind of didn't do that bad of a job, but the door is horribly aligned. Here, look. Yeah. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, we got to fix that. So, door and the clip, that needs to be aligned. Now, the glass should be replaced here. Does this thing crank? Let's see. Does it crank? Does it sound okay? That one's all right. Doesn't squeak as much, but probably should take it apart either way. Shoot. Now, this side of the truck's got some problems. There are some gnarly big holes in the where the door is. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know how I can show you guys this here. Let me go around this other way. Bust out the welder and start filling holes. Yeah, no, yeah. The good thing is, Warder, is that my welder can fix this. I just gotta figure out how to do it. I don't think that's too big of a deal. That it is a little bit daunting, but I think I'll be all right. So here, let me just pass this camera over here. You guys can look at the dash for a moment. I gotta pass it around. Yeah, Wi-Fi cameras, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be nice. Will this work? Do I have enough? Do we have enough slack? Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so that's a problem. It's a problem because look, the door bolt, I must have taken it out at some point. See? Okay, so this door needs to come out. We got to take the door out, and we have to patch this, and there was a captive nut here. There's a captive nut, and there's a bullet connector that I dropped. There was a captive nut right here, and that nut holds the door in. Now, don't get me wrong, should be fine with the other 5 bolts, but yeah, we're probably going to want, I don't know, see, that's the other thing. How the heck am I going to weld a new nut in there? Oh, that's no good. Man, this is a lot worse than the last that I remember. How about in here? Oh yeah, that's... Oh. We're gonna have to get the metal grinder in here because some of this is seam sealer. We're gonna have to grind back the seam sealer and figure out how bad this actually is. Let me get the screwdriver. Let me get the screwdriver. My rust checker 5 thing. We need a visit from Mick for structural repairs. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that'd be freaking sweet. I'd love to have him come show me how to do it. Cause I mean, dude, I've watched enough of it, but watching it doesn't mean crap. Just because I've watched a bunch of people on YouTube do it doesn't mean I'm good at it. You know. Yeah, it's really bad right in there. Yeah, that panel's rotted through. See? How am I going to do that? How am I going to fix this? See, I tried, there is a panel there. See, I did cut out some metal and I attempted to weld it in. It's a booger weld though, so there's a little bit of a surprise behind the quarter panel there. It looks like some of the door trim is caught in the panel because the door isn't shimmed right. You know what the crazy thing about this is though, guys? Like, this metal is still super strong. Like, even the parts that are pitted, I mean, we would need to, this part is not too bad. It's not too bad. It's behind in here. I don't know what the heck happened. It must have rotted from the inside out or something. Now that's not bad to fix. This isn't bad, but it does kind of taper in here, right where the screwdriver is. See that? That might be a little bit hard to make a metal piece to represent, or not represent, to fill that channel in. I don't know what I'm gonna do about back here in there. See what I mean? That piece is not being held on by anything. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this, because look, see, the screwdriver's coming through. I don't know what we should do. It's pretty damn solid. Like, this is not too bad. Just cut it out and just, or heck, even just put some rust preventative on it and just patch that up. But like right here, that's an issue. And then up there, we could just patch that. That's no problem. Just patch a panel in. Everything else looks fine. This is just a little scaly. We could hit that with a wire wheel and paint it. No problem. How's back here looking? That's all good. That's a little... See, look. The frickin' bonehead that painted this in the 80s painted over the existing paint. Right? They just painted right over it. They didn't even scuff it. Look, it's still shiny. See that? It's still damn shiny. If the paint still got some shine to it, the original frickin' paint, if it still got shine, that means they didn't scuff it. They didn't scuff the paint. And they must have painted this in a place that it wasn't a paint booth. The reason how I know it wasn't a paint booth is because from what I can tell, it looks like this paint trapped water in it. So that means they painted it when it was humid. And they didn't do it in a paint booth. Because look, this is not rot. This came from water being trapped underneath the paint. See? This rust right here is not good prep work from the body. That's what that is. Because it's pitted from the inside out. This is not, it's still strong. So that's just rust. It's not rot. It's just rust. It's just rust because water got trapped between the two coats of paint when they applied it. And it rusted from the inside out. See? And it trapped moisture in here, and it's starting to break that seam, and that's why this metal came apart right there. See? This is still solid, man. It is solid. It's just, look, yeah, see the red paint just flakes right off because there's moisture trapped underneath it. See? They must have painted right over the rust. Look. See all the rust that's underneath the paint? See right there, right there, right there? What the frick, dude? Whoever painted this was an idiot. Right here, too. Right there. Yeah, there's moisture trapped underneath it. So if it gets, so like, why is trapping moisture underneath it bad? If it gets cold, guess what that moisture is going to do? It's going to freeze. It's going to expand, and when it expands, it rusts. It'll expand in here, and it'll crack metal, and then it'll rust it from the inside out. That panel is still good, though, with the exception of, like, right here. We could cut this out and just plug weld a new panel in. Because the panel, the backing piece right there, what the screwdriver's up against is okay. That's all good. How's the cab corner looking? Oh, it's dented. It's dented up like the cab was dropped on something. See that? This is supposed to be down here where the screwdriver is. We might be able to slide hammer that back out. How's that looking? Oh. There is some crap in there. Might need to put a new piece right there. That's actually not too bad. That's junk. I painted right over that rust. That was me, because I did the bed, not the cab. What do you think? Not too bad, really. It's not bad. It's actually, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be honest with you. Now go get your shine box. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Or someone used it for a jack point. Yeah, probably that. Probably that. Sleepy, let me check your link. Hello, hello? What's going on? Switch to the high cam here. A diff rebuild kit. No, a diff rebuild kit isn't exactly what I want. I need a pinion seal. That's easy to get. That's parts store stuff, dude. Can you rivet a nut plate for that bolt? A riv nut, yeah, Novus, a riv nut would do it. Yeah, sure. If we can riv nut the right thread, that should do it. Yeah, actually. But yeah. Yeah, we could. EJ, you killed Novus. You're a nut plate. Oh. Nice. Hepa hands. You're a nut plate. Got him. Okay. So, I think we've gone around the whole outside of the truck, guys. Gone around the whole outside. Let's take a look in. Maybe we'll look inside now. I mean, it's not. You know what, dudes? This is not as bad as I thought. It's not as bad as I thought it was. It really isn't. This is the rot is going to be the challenging problem because it's rotting from the inside out for whatever reason on the corner over there. It's not too bad. Don't get me wrong. It's bad. We got to fix it, or else it'll just keep doing that. But yeah, no. On the whole, like we did get a lot of stuff done with this when we used to do garage streams back in the day. We got a lot of work done. Brimo cleared chat for... Brimo, what are you doing? What is this, a 59 F100? Yeah, order. How difficult is it to replace an open diff with a limited slip? Asking for my Jeep. For me, S, with a 9-inch rear end, if I bought a whole pumpkin, they call it a pumpkin, it's not going to be too bad. for you, if you have Dana axles, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The reason why, so, okay, this is going to sound dumb, but a lot of the times this stuff gets overthought, but bear with me here. So the reason why it's called a pumpkin with a Ford center section is because you have your pinion going. Why am I explaining that? I could just show it to you. I keep forgetting, dude, even when I'm standing in front of the stupid truck, I forget that I can literally just put a camera under there and show it to you. Give me 1 second. Okay, look. Mine has a front detachable center section right there. See? You see how it bolts to the front? The reason why they call this a pumpkin is because when you pull it out, it looks like a pumpkin. But the housing stays. It bolts in from the front. See what I'm talking about? That's an old school 9-inch rear end. But yeah, see, my pinion seal is leaking. This piece right here, it's leaking. We got to replace that. That's easy to do. You just take the pinion out and replace the seal. Now, it's easy for me because I could just put another center section from any 9-inch rear end and it'll fit. No problem. Your pinion seal? Yeah, sure. You can see there's the bed. Yeah, we need to replace that with oak. And see, the frame is scaly under here. I'm gonna when we do the bed, we'll get under here and paint it. So I could pull this out, and if we undo 9 bolts or however many bolts there, and then you got to pull the axle out. The axle flange is right here. You can pull that out after you take the wheel off. And I pull my axles out, and that whole center section comes out this way. So with like a Jeep rear end, you have a Dana. Dana rear ends, the center section is actually inside of the carrier right here. The center section's inside of the carrier, and you have to pull the axles out, and then you have to unbolt the center section. Now, what do you mean unbolt the center section? Well, if you're unbolting the center section from the housing, you have to make sure that the gears are straight, okay? You have to shim it. Now, I can't take the diff apart, but so the diff center section has your ring gear, okay? So you have your ring gear, and then you have your carrier, which has your spiders in it. And if it's a limited slip, it'll have clutches between the spider gears, right? And if that isn't perfectly coplanar with your axles, and more importantly, coplanar with your pinion gear going into your ring gear, your diff will bind up. And if it binds up, bad stuff happens. Nice shirt. Oh yeah, it's December now. It's December now, Guy. I figure wear Christmas shirt today. Yes. About an hour until Artemis coverage begins. Cool. That wood's really cool. Nice guy. I have oak. The wood that's supposed to be in there, that's just pine. But yeah, it's cool. It's a freaking wagon. So come out to the coast, get together, have a few laughs. So your center section on those Dana differentials, the center section actually bolts into the housing on the back side. So here, I got to show you a picture of a 9-inch rear end. Give me 1 second. So let me go into the desktop. So check this out. So the pumpkin right here, see the pumpkin? And see if we look, let's just find a picture. You know what? We can use this right here. This is just off some racing site or whatever. Oh, it's off Jags. Nice. Okay, cool. So, see that? No. Up to $150 off your offer when you enter your email below. No, I'm good. So, see right here? So, on a 9-inch rear end, your center section is bolted to the pumpkin, to that subassembly right here. See this? Maybe it would look so good with that bed color. We could stain the oak, Goalie. Yeah, I want hardwood in there, dude. I don't want pine, but yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you could do maple if you really wanted to. But see this journal right here? So honestly, dude, think Kraken Tech. Think Kraken Tech and KSP, right? This is your RCS ball, and that journal right there is your thermo bearing, right? This thing has to move perfectly true. It has to stay perfectly true to the pinion right here. And the pinion, so the pinion is attached right here, and that's on two bearings that are similar to this. And then there's a pinion gear right here. It's a beveled, it's a beveled conical gear. So if we go in here and I type see? Beveled conical gear. There's your pinion gear. See this right above my head? See that? That's the ring gear. The ring gear bolts to the center section. See the ring gear? It bolts to that center, and then whatever you have in the center section, it kind of denotes what type of differential it is. Right? See that's one with no center section in it. And then the axles from my truck would go in right where your RCS ball is right there. And they're splined axles. So they have ridges in them and they lock in like a key on either side. Now, so what makes that hard? What makes a Dana diff or something different? Well, see, I can buy these pre-shimmed because you just buy the pumpkin. You just buy the center section. Did you see the link I sent in chat? Yeah, Sleepy, I got it. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Long story short, so, okay, see how there's some yellow paint on the gear? What they're doing is they're setting lash on the ring gear and the pinion gear. Now, what does that mean? This is where differentials get really, really complicated. So there's the splines right there for the axle, by the way. The relationship between this conical bevel gear and the ring gear literally have to be perfect. I'm talking down to the millimeter. If they are not perfect, that pinion will bind on your ring gear and your rear end will stop working. Yeah, it has to be exact. Like there's no, this is one of like the tightest tolerances on any part of any vehicle, the differentials. And every car has a diff. Front wheel drive cars just have a diff built into the transmission. It's called a transaxle, right? Where do the shims go exactly, RB? It depends on the rear end. So on this one, not the DM, but the link. Oh, I don't think so. I think Breach cleared the chat, so I'm not 100% sure. So RB, I don't know where the shims go, to be honest with you, but I know how a diff works. I don't know how they go together. I think the shims are right here. They're on the journal right there to be able to make sure that it's nice and centered. I was looking at something like this. Yeah, see, that's a center section. Hey, EJ, will this work? 9-inch. Yeah, of course it'll work. How much is it? It's $500. Yeah. See, Sleepy, it'd be great. We could buy the parts. I don't know how to shim a diff. I don't know how to do it. And I know you have to do it. And if you screw it up, believe me, you'll know. All I know is that it's got lots of spokes. Yeah, see this, whatever this is, Jegs is not selling this with a center section, but that's another story. See that piece right there? That's the pinion seal. That's what I need. So S, on your Jeep, I think it has Dana 40s in it. So, okay, look. See it? See this picture right here? It's just... Yeah, okay. Open this image. See this right here? So take a look. That Dana, it's a Dana 35 or an 8.25 or Chrysler 8.25 rear axle. There's a reason the Ford 9-inch is mandated by NASCAR. Yeah, 9-inch rear ends are some of the best rear ends that you can get. Ford makes the best rear end. Even Chevy guys will tell you that. Chevy's design sucks compared to the 9-inch. So if you look up here, that's got an actuated locking system right there. That's cool. So take a look. The center section on this, so this has a inspection cover on the back. You could see that they took it off. They took the inspection cover off. Now, my differential on the 97 is like this. You take the inspection plate off the back, and your center section and your ring gear are bolted directly into the housing. Okay? So the front housing, there's no pumpkin in this design. So you would have to, if you really wanted to do this, you would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, take the drive shaft out, replace the pinion gear to match your new set of gears for your limited slip, or you could reuse the ring and pin, but you have to reshim this, and you have to torque these down and reshim that correctly. I don't necessarily need to do that because I can buy one full center section like that, and it comes pre-shimmed. But you're going to have to do the shimming or buy a whole new axle. And yes, that's quite literally perfect shimming. The reason why you have to shim it is because, once again, it's the relationship between the pinion gear and the ring gear. And to make sure that you're coplanar with the axles. That's kind of important too. But it's more about the ring and pinion gear relationship. And the reason why they paint it is they put paint on the ring gear, and then they turn the diff to see where the pinion is meshing against it, and they shim accordingly. Like, I know how to do it, but I've never done it. I know what to do, but I'm not confident in myself to be able to like go and mess with this. What about limited slip in the front? That is the front, or well, that's the rear. But you probably don't have a Chrysler. You probably don't have a Chrysler diff in the front. The Chrysler diff, the 825 is in back. The Dana's up front. Dana, because Chrysler doesn't make front axles. Yeah, you could see the contact patch on that. Yeah, that's a big deal. You have to get that right. You don't get that right, once again, your ring gear, like you'll step on the gas and it'll work, and then you'll slow down, and the rolling resistance from the tires will bind the gear up and it'll jam, and that's it. You'll skip a tooth on your pinion gear, and if you do that, the whole thing will grenade itself. Which is why when we took apart the 97s, when me and Brimo's dad took the inspection cover off of the 97, we could not believe what we saw. The gears skipped like they just chipped a couple of teeth off, and the rear end literally didn't care. It did not care. We had FOD basically bouncing around in that diff for 2,000 miles. Didn't care. It didn't, until the wheel fell off, but I still think that FOD got jammed in the pinion gear, and it stopped the whole rear end and broke a wheel. But I don't know. We took some pretty big chunks out of that thing. But yeah, that 1025 Sterling axle literally just ate through the welds. It just ate through the welds and kept going. Lunchbox locker for Ford 9-inch. I don't need a locker for this thing. I just want something with posi. Yeah, RB, and then it just kind of healed itself. I'm guessing it got hot at some point, and some of that FOD just kind of ended up melding itself to the spider gears because it looked like fillings. That's why me and Primo's dad are sitting there going, how did this not break? Dude, and you know what the thing is? I still have that 1025N in my truck, and it works great. I drove it around yesterday. It works fine. I don't know. I can't explain that one. I don't know how that diff is still functioning. It should not be still functioning. It should have grenaded itself in Oklahoma. Yeah, that's Sterling, man. Made in Sterling Heights, Michigan. Yeah. I was in Sterling Heights the other day. I've heard lockable diffs are actually better than limited slip diffs because limited slip can cause some weird handling. What's the deal with that? Lockers cause weird handling, dude. You don't use a locking rear end unless you're like going off-road. 10.25. If you kill that thing, you did something wrong. It's got 410s in it, Warder. 410 open, though. Dude, it got 410s in the 97. First gear on that ZF5 in the 97 is a 5-to-1. So a 5-to-1 reduction out the transmission into the rear end with a 4-to-1 reduction. I have a 9-to-1 reduction in first gear on my truck. Dude, that thing can pull tree stumps, no problem, with a gasoline engine. That thing's got a scream at 75. It's actually, dude, ever since I put the bed isolators, I put the bed shims on, that truck is super quiet. It rides really good, actually. Yeah, you want to go off-road. So, limited slips are fine. Limited slip does exactly what the name implies. Once again, engineers not good at naming things, right? So limited slip just spins one. Limited slip basically limits the differential rotational speed, the differential RPM between your left and right tire. Basically what happens is if one wheel starts spinning and the RPM gets too high, a clutch that's inside of the center section will engage, and it'll engage the axle. So if the RPM gets higher, as the RPM gets higher on your rear end, like the tires, the RPM, the clutches will engage, and it'll basically lock the rear end together. And then, but like when you're going around a corner, the RPM, it's basically differential RPM between left and right tire. Yeah, Warder, you're talking engine RPM. Warder, I had the truck on the highway. I had the 97 driving down the highway, and I had it at 50 miles an hour. I didn't go any faster. Yeah, but since we have the TAC, I was able to tell. At 50 miles an hour, it's doing 1,500. So that means up at 70, we're probably doing like 2,500, if I had to guess. Yeah, probably 2,500, somewhere between 25 and 3. What about doing an all-wheel drive torque vectoring system? How hard is that to put in a 97? An all-wheel drive torque vectoring. No. All-wheel drive torque. What do you want? A Rivian? No. Dude, get lockers. Get lockers. Just get some locking hubs and go from there. He's talking about his Jeep. He's talking about his Jeep Merkers. S recently came into a 97 XJ. 4-liter. It's a nice truck. Lifted on 35s. It's cool. Except the fuel economy is trash with those 35s. Dude, it's a cool truck, and you can go off-roading with it. But, yeah. Do not lock that front axle. If you... locking diffs, yeah, I mean, you'd be better off going to a junkyard and finding another XJ with with lockers on it, man. Well, with those 35s. RB, it's cool. It's a cool truck, man. I was channeling my inner Kimmy out of the Pine Barrens the other day. Nice. Yeah, you'd probably be better off just going and finding a Jeep that had those options. Like the XJ, like the 97, dude. Chrysler dude, the XJ chassis spanned 2 automotive companies. It was an AMC design. A very talented automotive engineer that pretty big fan of, a guy by the name of Richard Teague, designed the XJ. One dude designed that whole thing. And they made XJs from the early 80s all the way into the 2000s. They made them here, they made them in Europe, they made them in Asia, they're everywhere. And they're really good Jeeps. It's a really good design. Richard Teague, if you really want to know, also designed the AMC Pacer, the Rambler, and the Gremlin. Yeah, those were all his designs. He's a really awesome engineer. Made some pretty legendary designs. 95, what's up, man? Hey, it's me. What's going on? The XJ really doesn't need lockers. We go off-roading all the time unless you're going rock crawling or something. What about the Canyonero? Canyonero. That's very familiar, Siegel. Hold on, let me do a quick goggles. That's what I thought. Get the frick out of here, man. Get the frick out of here. No. I can do you one better. Thunder Cougar Falconbird. Thunder Cougar Falconbird. Thunder Cougar Falconbird. Thunder Cougar Falconbird. Hey, Sim, what's going on, buddy? Sim, do you know about the Thunder Cougar Falconbird? Thunder Cougar Falconbird. How was Tahoe, dude? Is it fun? It looked, dude, that picture that you posted, I was like, that's the real picture. All right, cool, sweet. You guys know my buddy Sim. Old school Twitch streamer. Good streamer. I like Sim. Not to just parrot what you said about me literally like 8 hours ago, but I love chilling and watching you stream, dude. Great stream to unwind to. And I will say this, chat, you will know what I'm saying. I think Sim is better at GeoGuessr than I am. I concede to your superior GeoGuessr skills. I'm serious, and I'm pretty damn good at GeoGuessr. Thanks, man. I enjoy hanging out with you too. Right on, man. How's Caleb? Everything good? My crane has a lock diff and transfer case. I eat through everything. Yeah, I'm warping the freaking gears, man. Not much, but thanks. Is there a truck missing in your garage? It's outside. It's me. The 97 is outside. I've been driving it. Checking the tack. It's cool. The grass looks like Azerbaijan. Yeah, no, drummer. Dude, seriously. Sim is really good at GeoGuessr. Better than I am. Anyway. Is it not freezing there? It's fine? It's 40 Fahrenheit outside, so 40 Fahrenheit is in the single digits in Celsius. But it's nice in here. It's like 15 C in the garage. It's still a little chilly, but I have a heater. I got another heater for the main garage on top of the heater that I have in there, and it stays right around 15 C. Yeah, Tara, there you go. Yeah, I don't like any help when I do GeoGuessr, dudes. I like looking at the street signs, figuring out where I am. Yeah, Tara, I like playing that way. Tahoe was fun. It was bittersweet, though. Didn't get a ton of time with our friends, but still grateful for the time we had. Caleb's doing well, almost 3 months old. Still a very big and sleepy boy. That's cool, man. That's cool, man. I'm super happy for you. That's awesome. Hey, give you and yours my best for the holidays, dude. You know, it's December now, so I mean, I was wearing my Christmas shirt, you know. It's my Christmas shirt, Die Hard, you know. I will likewise. Right on, man. Cool. What I'm doing here, guys, is I'm we're trying to make a list of everything that I need to fix on this old truck. The list is long. It's long. The list is long. We have a lot of work to do. But actually, okay, so now that we're at it, let's see, I got a whole list of things to do here, and I started on the second page here. What do you expect? It's your Ford. Do the headlights work? Yeah, sure. Yeah, the headlights, the wiring, Clayton, is like money, dude. It's perfect. Okay. I think we've gone around the horn, and yeah, let's see what's good in the interior. Give me 1 second. Let me move the cameras around, okay? So, cameras, you guys don't have to worry about it. Say the camera's going to go out for a second. I'm going to move the camera back over here, and we'll plug the camera back in. There we go. Gotta move the wires out of the way. Okay. Love the color of the truck. We just recently painted our house a super similar color. Oh yeah? All right. Yeah, this is it's Autumn Maple Metallic. That's the paint color name. It's a early 90s General Motors color. Actually, late 80s, early 90s. That's how I know when the truck was painted, actually, Sim. I was telling the guys a little bit earlier, like, when this truck was painted and how they did such a bad job, because it's... They painted over the other coat without scuffing it. They painted over the factory paint. So they just... It's a single stage, painted right over it. I'm like... So, we've shined it up. It looks okay, but, yeah. That's how I know when it was painted, because... This color was only on GM cars in the late 80s and the early 90s. So, yeah, that puts a date on when it was painted. What was the original color? I call it milk truck green, but seafoam is the right way to say it. It's seafoam green. I was there when they painted it. They scuffed it with 9,000 grit. Yeah, okay. What state is the truck from then? When was the last time we fired it up? 2020. Amazon security cameras. Oh, that's cool, Clayton. Neat. Texas. That's where it was made. Nice guess, though. My uncle bought this truck from a farmer in Iowa, actually. So this was a farm truck from the Midwest, which is pretty cool. It was made in Texas. It's a Texas truck, which is cool. I am super proud of that. But yeah, this thing it's coming, dude. I did this paint. I painted the fender here. The hood is the paint job that I was talking about from the 90s or 80s. This quarter panel is me, though. I did this. It's not bad. It's okay. It's good enough. Good enough that you wouldn't know. But if you know car paint, you went up to this thing close, you'd be like, nope, that's not matched at all. But it's good enough. Like I'm not gonna paint it. It's fine. We do need to do some work with the bed though, but something you should look into, moving the cameras around all the time. Yep. You just looked up seafoam green. You like it? Well, actually, yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the big camera, the front cam right here. The list is almost done. We just got to go through the front here. And I want to get this done before Artemis, for the Artemis press conference today. So that should be soon. So let me make room for the big camera here, and I need an extension cord to plug it into power, or we could use the battery bank. I already unwound this though. Hey Noswolf. When is the conference? It's at 4:30. Okay. Is it just another Artemis update? Are you wanting to paint it, Gerardo? Honestly, no. Honestly, no, not really. It would be nice. It'd be nice to paint it, but dude, if I'm gonna paint it, here's the thing. If I'm gonna paint it, we're doing it right. And when I say we're doing it right, that means I'm sanding the whole thing down to bare metal. That will take months. It'll take a while. I like the red, guys. I'm just gonna keep it like this. We'll cut and buff this paint, and I'll try to match this as much as we can. But yeah, see, there's some stuff right here where I didn't even finish painting it, which is very annoying, but whatever. Why not sandblast it? I mean, we could do that. Sandblast it. I mean, but yeah, Geese, and sandblasting it means taking the whole thing apart again. Like, the whole thing. I feel like it's hard to match paint perfectly. We have a vehicle in atomic silver, and it's 5-stage paint. It got a quarter panel repainted, and I really feel for the guys. They did a great job, but imagine they slaved over. Yeah. Every single screw, it'd be a pain. I mean, yeah, no. If we're gonna paint it, we're gonna do it right. So that means frame off resto if we wanted to paint this. Which is kind of annoying because, like, under the hood is all pretty much at that point. But, yeah. Mad Ford teardown. Bingo. Yeah, just like Mick, dude. That's what we'd do. In fact, it'd be kind of cool to get Mick come freaking help me with this, dude. Because, yeah, the rust repair is going to be a hard part for me. I don't know how to do that. Oh, interesting, Toronto. There you go. How hard is it to move the truck around on those wheels? It takes a good push, but but you can do it. It takes a good push. Don't repair the rust, cut it all out and put patches in. That's what I'm thinking, Mab. Yeah, one of the casters bound. It got stuck on something. That's why it was tough. All right. Let me move that camera. And I'll use the battery pack for this. And we'll go from there. Gonna have to do the switcheroo real fast. Ready? Oh, the USB is upside down. Come on. Come back to me. Come on. Yes. Hey. All right. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm just messing with the wires so this thing isn't hanging. I don't like that HDMI cable hanging off the side. That's how the other camera broke. All right, so all right. So, interior. We got some work to do on the interior. Thunder Cougar Falcon Bird. I'm gonna switch off the desk cam on this and we will add high cam. There we go. All right, so there. Is that sufficient lighting? Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. EJ, hear me out. Jebediah head shifter knob. Okay, so kick the damn battery. All right, so let's go take a look. We got some wires that are hanging. So those wires right there go to the neutral safety switch. See that switch right there that's attached to the shifter? That thing is junk. It's junk and it needs to be fixed. That one's shorted out. I do have a spare. It's right... where are you? There. See it? Put it in the truck so I wouldn't lose it. So we're going to have to fix that neutral safety switch. That's easy, but I'll still put it on the list. Okay, so the neutral safety switch needs to be fixed. What else? I have the rug for it. We got to dynamat it. So that's something we do need to buy. We got to dynamat the thing, so I'll put cab insulation. Just put dynamat right there. I have the rug for it already. The rug is in the bed. The seat, I actually did that seat myself. I upholstered it myself. It's not the best. It's a little strange looking, but it's good enough. I think I packed it with a little too much foam. But whatever. It's comfy and it works. Okay, what else? So the radio is not hooked up at all. We got to hook up the radio and then I got to hook up the tack. Those are things I didn't get done when we were working on it before. So 32 radio wiring. And then let's go to shot here. 33 Okay. Let's go up in here and let's take a look in here. Can you guys see that? Okay. Yeah, okay. More cushioning for pushing. Yes, yes, yes. Bench seats are the best seats. Change your mind. Right on. All right. So flanking, as you can tell, I do have fuzzy dice. They are there. They're pretty awesome. All right, let's take a look here. This is a visor. I have a sun visor in here. I'll put that in the bed for now. There's the NSS neutral safety switch. You should probably bolt the thing down too. That probably would help. Okay. All right, so I don't believe that this is, I don't believe that I bolted this in. No, I didn't. And the reason why is because it is a rat's nest under here. Oh. Yep. That's a rat's nest. Yep. Yep. Okay. I found another thing to add to the list. I love refrigerators. Yep. So, okay. Clean up dash harness. Chat, I have a SAD. Okay. Remember, this isn't a KSP stream. You can swear. Nah, I don't need to. Tilt, yeah, it's a tilt column because the steering wheel is from a Monte Carlo. It's a GM steering column. Germany didn't make it through the group stage. Okay. Japan won their game and screwed it all up, jerks. Oof. Install refrigerator in truck? Got it, yeah. We got to hook up the cigarette lighter. Oh, I'm sorry. 12-volt power port. Yeah, the 12-volt power port. That's the right way to say it nowadays. Holy crap, it is a rat's nest. I told you. What else? That key that's on the steering column right there, that doesn't do anything. Because that would be the key for the Chevy that this thing came out of. But I like that steering column. It's a smaller steering wheel, so yeah, it works good with the bench seat. I do right here have the vent. This is for the air conditioning, the analog air conditioning. I have all the vent stuff. I took them out for the vent line, so I gotta fix those. So those are the floor vent. Floor vents just, yeah, I gotta do the linkages. And the covers. Okay, gotta go. Headed to class. All right, ARJ. Still wrong. It's a cigar lighter. The list is getting pretty long. I told you I wanted to do everything. Okay. So there's no glove box. That was destroyed, so I took it out. We can put one back in. That's no problem. Yeah, there's no glove box though. So, yep. We need a glove box. Is this space news? Is this space news? No, this is Patrick. The heater box I actually took apart and we restored that on stream. I fixed it. It's actually brand new inside and out. I redid the wiring for it and yeah, see? I brushed the metal and then we clear coated it and it looks freaking sweet. I thought the brushed metal looked cool. But it would help if I actually, showed you guys what I'm trying to show you. Yeah, see, I redid that the whole heat box. It's all brand new under there. I took that's the original one that came with the truck. I took it all apart and we dipped the whole thing in Evaporust, and I repainted it, and then we assembled it all back together, tested it, made sure it works, worked on the linkages for it. Truck's got a defroster in it, so the heater core works great. It works really nice. So that's good. You guys can actually see the factory paint right there. That's the factory paint. See it? See the green? I just got mine running. Can I post a link? Sure. Go ahead. Wait, the exposed heater core? Yeah, dude. That's just how it came, dude. Yeah, it's just got that little weird cover over it, And I brushed the cover. We sanded it down to, or we evaporusted it down to bare metal, and then, yeah. So, if we actually look up here, I got to put a new headliner in. I already have that, so I will add that to the list. Blackbird, let me take a look. You just got it running. Let me see. Ooh, a 78. Oh, I'm a little jelly. That's a nice truck. It does look like a tidy truck. Mine or his? I've been working on her for 4 years. You pulled it out of a barn. She's rowdy. That's cool, man. It's an that's an F100. It would have been one of the last years for it. 78 F100, but it's a 4x4. Oh, thanks, Mab. That's a 4x4. So it's a Ranger, right? It's an F100 Ranger. Yep. It's a manual too. That's cool, man. 78 F100 Ranger. You know what? I'll show chat so they can see it too. Let's take a look. Ready? Yeah. Rebuilt the 400 with mild cam full blueprint. Nice. Yeah, that's right, Ford. The glove boxes are nothing. I don't want to 3D print it or anything. There's no need to do that. I've seen some guys working some really rotten chassis recently. Your truck's brand new in comparison. Right on. Straight long tubes now? Dude, it doesn't matter. Do you have the hood for that thing, Blackbird? That thing's money, dude. That's such a cool truck. Not painting it? Good. No, keep it that way. Have you watched Resident Alien? He drives your car. Which one? Lewd, it's got its top off. Yeah, I know, man. I know, man. I don't think I ever wired up the dome light now that I'm thinking about it. This one. That's a Dodge. That's a Dodge D200 step side, long bed. That's a cool truck, but that's not my truck. It's close. Micon, it's very close. That's the same era, but it's not mine. Mine's an F100. It looks so similar. Yeah, a lot of trucks from that era look very similar. The Chevy, the Ford, and the Dodge all look very, very close. But yeah, that's a cool truck. That's cool. That thing's 4x4 though. Mine's not 4x4. Mine's 4x2. I like, dude, Blackbird, I like that. I like that thing. That's a cool truck, man. 78. Yeah, that thing's sick, dude. You had a 77 F250 that basically rusted out. I am anti-rust. I didn't even ask the wife if I could buy it. I just left the house. I was like, I have to get that right now. How much, dude? Okay. Blackbird, let me get. Oh, you said it. I was going to say, you said it already. But if it's 800, but if you left the house and you didn't even tell the wife, that means it was a good price. So $800, yeah. It didn't even negotiate, dude. No, don't. Just be like, yeah, I want this. That's a cool truck. Yeah. Let me see. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Everything was broken. Every bolt is broken. Every mechanical component's beat to death. Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. You can bring those trucks around. There's plenty of parts. That's awesome, dude. You stole that freaking truck. Oh, dude. Yeah, no, Blackbird, I would have done the same. Brimo, sorry. If I saw a truck like a 78 F250 like that for $800, I would just go. I would just go. I'd be like, yo, I'm sorry. You can hate me later. That's a nice looking Jeep. This looks like a Volvo on steroids. Yes. No, you will not. Not before the wedding. Stop, get a trailer, and go get that 800. No questions asked. Yep. All right. What else? I think I got to do the dome light. I don't think I ever hooked up the interior lights, which are up there. So 39. Dome light. I need to look a little bit earlier in the list. Passenger door windows. Okay. Driver door, window, and vent. Hey, it's deferred. Mercury, we can negotiate. Instead of the standard dome light, you're keeping the bare look, LED strip would be neat up there to indirectly light the cab maybe. We could do, dude, we could do that. Actually, you know, Creation, I'll build off of it. A roof LED, dome LED lighting up here would be really cool. And I could wire that up. That's actually not too big of a deal. I'm thinking underneath the dash, some, I don't know, I was going to say blue lights underneath the dash, shining down on the floor. That would actually be kind of sweet. What truck was in that picture? Which one? The red one or the multicolored one? The red one is a 97 XJ. The other one is a 78 F100 4x4. Dude, Blackbird, I'm jelly. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm jealous. That truck is so cool. Single cab short box 4x4. That's so legit, dude. Do RGB? Yeah. The official color is Munkledun. Yep. Put an RGB strip under it, set it to whatever you feel like. We could put a controller in it as this thing is super, dude, you don't know how easy it is to wire this thing. I'm an idiot. I figured it out. Not blue, bad for vision, but then pure fashion, undeniably cool. I was thinking like ice, like an ice white color. You know, like that soft pastel blue? That would look good with the red, I think. Link to NASA's stream. Yeah, Warder, I'm with you. That truck's sick, dude. Yeah, like ice blue, I think would be really nice. We could always test it, you know. So, yeah, I think, dudes, I think we got all of it. We went around the horn on the truck. I think we got everything. Yeah, Warder, I'm with you. I'm with you. Blackbird, you got a really sweet truck there. So eBay is dangerous. That's a pretty fair price, Skeeson. Nice. How are the tires? Believe it or not, the tires are brand new. Barely ever been used. They probably got a couple, shoot, I don't even know. Couple 100 miles on them. They're brand new. They're not dry rotted at all. They're just old. They're about 10 years old. But look, they're mint because I kept the truck inside. They didn't dry rot. No burnouts? No, dude. So fellas, let me tell you a story, okay? And we'll do this right before the Artemis stream comes on. Or the camera could just turn. Why? Why are you doing this? Hey. There you go. So, why are the tires new and only have 100 miles on it if the truck hasn't driven and the truck hasn't ran in a decade? Why is that what's going on? So, well, there's a funny story, and some of you may have heard this story before. Some of you may have not heard this story before. So, I bought this truck in 2009. I scraped together pretty much whatever I had, and I bought it from my uncle. I'm pretty sure my uncle took pity on me somehow, and I think he was like super happy that I graduated college or something when I was 20. So I scraped together what money I had and I bought it. I'm pretty sure I didn't buy it for a fair price, but you know, whatever. Look, yeah, looking back on what I paid for this truck, it's probably a little bit below the blue book if you catch my drift. So I bought it 2009. 2010, or 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, I basically drove it in the summers. And 2011 and 2012, in the summers, I delivered pizzas in this truck. What the hell was that noise? Did you guys hear that? It sounded like a squirrel died outside. So, whatever. I delivered pizzas in this truck. Yeah, I delivered pizzas during the summer in it. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. That's where the truck gets its name from. That's where it gets Freb from, because Freb can order pizzas like nobody's business. So I'd driven it around for 4 years, and I was like, I painted the bed. I got it pretty much good. It was good to go. I mean, it needed stuff here and there, and I just got new tires for it, right? And in 2013, basically late 2014 or late 2012, early 2013. So what I decided in late 2012 is that I wanted to restore it. I wanted to take it apart. So I'd done the bed, and now I wanted to do the cab. So I took it all apart. I took everything apart. Actually, a viewer in chat helped me pull the engine. A viewer that I knew before I started streaming, because this was before I started streaming. So I took the whole truck apart. I wanted to frame off resto it, make it real nice, put an independent front suspension in, from a Crown Vic. So I went to the junkyard. I pulled that Crown Vic suspension. It was awesome. Sweet. So the reason, I started taking stuff apart. I started fixing stuff in the garage at my parents' house during the winter, and I wanted to have it ready summer of 2013 to go deliver pizzas again. I figure I'll just restore it during the winter. It's fine. So why didn't that happen? And that's why it has new tires that are 10 years old on it. So why didn't that happen? Well, there is also another event that happened in late 2012 for me that kind of changed the course of my life, I would say. In late 2012, a couple of my buddies, pretty much the same buddies that helped me pull the engine, ironically, I never really put those two together, told me to start streaming what I was doing in Kerbal Space Program on the internet. And that's why the truck has been in pieces since 2013, and that's why it hasn't really ran and driven since. Because all my time, 2013, 2014, 2015, all my time from there, I literally put into basically making streaming my job. And then from there, in my spare time, we've been slowly putting this truck back together. Now, don't get me wrong. 10 years snuck up on us. 10 years snuck up on me pretty fast. I did get it running, and I got most of it back together in 2020, which is good, but yeah. It snuck up on me pretty fast. But now that I have the garage and everything, we can finish this. We can finish the truck. But yeah, that's why it has brand new tires, and the brand new tires have like 0 miles on them, and they're not dry rotted. They're perfect. The tires are fine. They just need to shine. So you're blaming chat. Yep. How many miles are on this thing? I don't know. I don't even know what the odometer is reading. Jim, give me 1 second. I can check. What's the odo? The odometer says 68,000 miles. That's probably rolled over a couple of times. I'm going to say 168,000 miles on it, just to be sure. Now go get your frickin' shine box. See last, NASA is online. That's nice. I will eat pizzas in it with the tail. Yeah, yeah, that's what we'll do. When the truck is done, I will go buy pizzas, and I will deliver pizzas to the garage.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I will deliver pizzas to the garage. We'll do one last pizza delivery in this thing, and then we enjoy it. Jaeger, it's a pretty truck. Thank you. 120,000 kilometers? No, Alex. This has I'm guessing 168,000 miles on the clock. 168,000 miles is like 270,000 kilometers or something. Yeah. But you got to say pizza time. DoorDash in it? No, I'm good. You going to the live stream today? What? Goalie, what's that? Just to make sure you... Was there anything interesting on the Neuralink presentation? It was pretty cool, bad end. Yeah, there was some good stuff. I hate Bard fines for the pure fact you get something like this, the owner would not even come talk to me about trying to make a deal. The neighbor came out and told us that he has no family, so when the car dies, it will just sit there. What kind of car is it, goalie? The deorbit burn. Okay. Ah, that's a shame. Go talk to the owner. Go talk to him. Make friends with the guy. If you guys are going to be stubborn about it, it's because he doesn't trust you. Oh, yeah. Okay. The depart burn. You guys are spamming me for it, so I'm guessing that's something you want to see. So I think we got a good list going for the truck. I'll prioritize this, and I'll put the parts. We'll buy the parts, and we'll go from there. So, all right. Let me switch back over to the high cam here. Actually, let's turn the high cam off there, and I'll go back over. NASA's live? Okay.
Okay, sorry about the dead air for a little bit. All right, we got the DRO departure burn for Artemis here. Let's see.
Like day 13 for Orion. Orion surpassed.
Right.
It reached its maximum distance from Earth during the Artemis 1 mission, and it was at 268,563 miles away from the home planet. And finally, on November 30th, just yesterday, teams polled go for Orion to exit the distant retrograde orbit. Today, we are live covering the distant retrograde orbit departure burn, or the DRD, which will bring Orion out of the distant retrograde orbit to prepare Orion for a splashdown back on Earth. Again, splashdown is planned for December 11th. And we are looking for the burn for the distant retrograde orbit departure burn to happen at 3:53 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, let's get a little insight from NASA's Dan Hewitt at the moon board.
I'm going to make a cup of coffee, guys. I'll be back in a second.
It's been a fantastic mission, but all great things must come to an end. It is time for Orion to leave its orbit around the moon and come home. So we are getting ready for distant retrograde departure. This is going to be a firing of those engines on the European service module to actually commit us to leaving the lunar orbit and coming back towards Earth. So we're again going to be using that large main engine to start to swing us back in close so we can do essentially a slingshot around the moon. We'll be dipping in again for another powered flyby, this one called the return powered flyby, which is really going to kind of fine-tune our path back towards the atmosphere. But the one really committing us to come home is going to be this one that's coming up, this distant retrograde orbit departure. So for Orion, it's going to be farewell to the moon until it starts making its way to us back here on planet Earth.
Back inside the Artemis Mission Control Room, or the White Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center, we see the control room, and we have lead flight director for Artemis 1 mission, Rick LeBrode, and his team monitoring and preparing for this upcoming distant retrograde orbit departure burn. Here with me now, I have a special guest today on console. This is Robin Elgart, space radiation element scientist. She will discuss the deep space radiation environment and what we are learning on missions like Artemis 1. Hi, Robin. Thank you for joining me today.
Thanks so much, Shaniqua. I'm happy to be here.
And can you tell everyone what a space radiation element scientist is?
Of course. So as a space radiation element scientist for the Human Research Program at NASA, I am responsible, along with my excellent team, for developing and executing a robust research strategy to understand, characterize, and hopefully mitigate the health impacts to humans from the space radiation environment. And so when we talk about space radiation, why does NASA care? Well, turns out space is a radiation environment, and so our astronauts are actually radiation workers. And so that means that we know that radiation is a health hazard for them, and we need to do our best to characterize that and mitigate that. And so this radiation comes from 3 different places in our universe. First, we have our galactic cosmic rays. Galactic cosmic rays are theorized to be the result of stellar explosions, where things like supernova are accelerating particles throughout the universe.
That wasn't GCW.
Right? And so you can imagine how fast these particles are going. And then we have trapped radiation. Trapped radiation is actually a a consequence of our Earth having a beautiful magnetic field, and it protects us from all sorts of things, but it also traps some of that radiation that's zipping around out in our solar system inside these belts, which are called the Van Allen belts. So those are these sort of donut-shaped rings around our planet. And then thirdly, and probably the most well-known, are solar particle events. And these are when the sun sort of belches out some extra solar particles
That's what the first picture was, guys.
out into our solar system.
Okay, and you mentioned solar particles. Can you explain a little bit of what those are and how they could affect the Artemis missions to come?
Absolutely. So the sun is a giant rotating ball of magnetized plasma, which is sort of mind-blowing when you think about it. And it creates an incredibly complex magnetic field throughout our solar system and also on the what we think of as the surface of the sun. And those some localized areas of the sun those magnetic fields in those localized areas can get really tangled up and entangled with each other. And that creates something that we all know of called sunspots. And you can actually see these with the appropriate kind of telescope from down here on Earth. These sunspots can create sort of active regions where the local magnetic fields are really entangled. And just like anything, you can, something that builds and builds and builds energy, at one point it just gives up. And so these magnetic fields, they break and they reconnect down into a lower energy state. That energy has to go somewhere. And so that energy is released as this huge amount of energy release, some of which can actually push particles out from the solar corona, as well as the particles out in the solar system, out into the solar system. And so that's what's called a solar particle event, when those particles are accelerated out from the sun, out into the solar system.
Awesome, and that is definitely something worth caring for. On Artemis 1, on flight day 13, on November 28th, Orion reached its maximum distance from Earth. Now, we know that that maximum distance was 268,563 miles from our home planet. How will being further from Earth affect our crew on future Artemis missions?
That's a great question. So because those Van Allen belts that surround Earth and protect us from things, beyond those, the crew will no longer have protection from galactic cosmic rays, those particles that are accelerated because of supernova, or those solar particle events. So if there's a solar particle event headed your direction and you're outside the Van Allen belts, you have no protection from our beautiful, snuggly Van Allen belts anymore, right?
I agree myself.
And so them being further away from Earth means that in mission, real-time monitoring of the solar environment is really important, because
solar meteorology,
if you are going to be exposed to these solar events, we have to have some way to shield it, because even though we can't shield from galactic cosmic rays, we can shield from solar particle events relatively effectively, and it doesn't take much. So our operational team, the Space Radiation Analysis Group, or SRAG, they've actually developed an awesome protocol, which is to build a storm shelter. And I think we have a great video that demonstrates what this looks like.
My name is Jessica Voss, and this is Ann McLean, and we are here today helping the designers of the Orion capsule evaluate the ability to protect their crew from radiation. Radiation, as you know, is really harmful, and so the whole point is for us to get into a really cool little shelter and take all the equipment we have in this capsule and put it over us as best as possible. And we have to make sure it's stowed and that we are safe and we have everything we need in terms of supplies down in this awesome little bay.
Cool.
So you can see there, they build this, basically is what amounts to a pillow fort, and putting all of that mass around them to keep those lower energy particles from solar particle events out of their little pillow fort there, and keep them sheltered from that storm.
And you're saying pillow fort, but the pillow fort is stowage bags and different things that are already in Orion for the crew, and they're using that during a solar particle event to protect themselves.
That's exactly right. And so they can hang out in that little area for the entirety entirety of the event. Of course, they can come in and out of that shelter. They don't need to stand there the whole time, but we want them to spend as much time as they feasibly can inside that shelter. And it's just using stuff that we already have on board to sort of even out that mass distribution.
Gotcha. And so, as far as protection goes, again, for our astronauts on future missions, we know this is an uncrewed mission, but future missions will have astronauts aboard. What can we expect?
Ian, are you the type of guy that when you're driving in the car with your buddies, you rip one and then lock the windows so no one can roll down their window, and then drive as fast as you can so people won't open the doors? Absolutely not, but I knew a guy like that. Oh. You open the windows to vent. Ah, how courteous of you. Tell me you're not like that and I won't believe it.
Side of that bay when they transited through the Van Allen belts, because it's a similar type of radiation to solar particle events. But moving forward, the uniqueness of the space radiation environment really makes for a hefty challenge when it comes to doing research down here on the ground. So we don't have the same amount of protection strategies up in space as we do down here on the ground. Usually when you're in a radiation oncology department, you have time, distance, and shielding. Well, in space, you can't get away from the solar radiation and the galactic cosmic rays, and you can't really shield it either. So the only thing we have is time. But of course, if we're talking about a year mission to the moon, we're talking about 3 years mission to Mars, time starts to become a problem too. So that's where the space radiation element is coming up with new strategies of how we might be able to protect the crew, which includes things like health monitoring, early disease screening for the things that we are concerned about, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, immune changes, and potentially even neurocognitive defects, as well as looking for some sort of compound-based countermeasure that can help the body protect itself from that biological damage. We might not be able to stop the physics, but we might be able to help the biology.
That's amazing. I know our crew will need to be protected from those rays as we enter into future Artemis missions.
So I'm going to turn them down for a moment, guys, and you guys I want to show you this. So this is right off of the Department of Energy for the most part. Like here, check it out. So there's all those 3 different types of radiations so the trap radiation is something that's a little bit different, but so you got to worry about galactic cosmic rays, which are these guys down here.
Because they have worked so hard on getting
these ones down here are, you got to be careful. And then there's also neutron rays as well. These ones are not good. But the interesting thing is that like these different types of radiation, so alpha, beta rays, gamma rays, X-rays, neutron rays. So like this is what's coming from the galactic cosmic rays. It's this stuff down here. That's the stuff you really got to worry about.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Kev, exactly. All right, Marcel, see ya. This stuff right here, this is the stuff that's the trap radiation up here. This is the galactic cosmic rays, and the coronal mass ejections from the sun could be any one of these. Actually, no, I think the coronal mass ejections are alpha and betas as well. So it's electrons. The electrons are kind of stuff you got to worry about because they basically just go right through stuff. So when you're making a spacecraft, right? When you're making a spacecraft, you don't need to charge the hull or anything. That's overthinking the problem. A thin strip of aluminum will block most of the sun stuff, but it won't really screw with the GCWs, okay? Galactic cosmic waves. It won't mess with those too much. That's kind of where you got to be careful. Now, here's the thing. Thick lead right here will block cosmic rays. It'll do it. But that creates trap radiation in the lead itself. You don't want to lead line a spacecraft. You're just going to trap radiation around you, and you'll be just floating in a cloud of leaded radiation. You don't want to do that. You got to find ways to bounce it. Even water will absorb the radiation. It'll absorb it. So if you surround your ship with water, you're just going to have a ship that's surrounded by neutron radiation. That's bad. You want to bounce. You want to bounce it. How will stainless hold up? Stainless, I think, is somewhere in between lead and aluminum. So it should be okay. But the last one is water. Yep. Mm-hmm. Or concrete. Yeah, I like Seagull's way. Hey, Meyer, 3-month reset. Whee! So you got to be careful. Like, you got to worry about all of this stuff in space. All these make up the 3 things that she was talking about. So water will be a shield in interstellar exploration. It could be, Rob, but the thing about water is that it absorbs water. It doesn't really. Yeah, no, water stops it. Lead absorbs radiation. But yeah, here you can. If you actually just look at this down here, take a look. Water or concrete, it'll stop it. Thick lead stops gamma and X-rays. Aluminum stops the beta rays, and paper can stop alpha rays. So the thing about lead is that it absorbs the stuff, man. Like, it absorbs it. You got to be careful. So water will have the same stopping power when it's frozen ice? Yeah, it could. Water's a great moderator for radioactive stuff. But see, like, here's the thing. I don't remember off the top of my head if water absorbs radiation. There's stopping it, and then there's absorbing it. Lead absorbs radiation. Lead absorbs it. It's not good. It's not good. We lead line stuff down here to keep the radiation trapped. Like a nuclear reactor would have lead lining on it. It would be lead lined, so the radiation stays there. It doesn't go anywhere. What's our timeline? Should I wait to go to the grocery store, or can I go at 5? What? For the Artemis missions? Oh, I don't know, but my alarm is about to go off, Bree. So do they have to periodically replace the lead vessels they use on X-rays? It's lead lined, Jim, but nuclear reactors have concrete too. They have lots of concrete. So it's enough to just keep it there. But when a nuclear reactor, like, you don't just, like, if a nuclear reactor needs to be decommissioned, you don't just shut it off and start taking it apart. You got to wait for the radiation to go away.
If you're just joining us, we're live inside the white flight control.
So, like, basically you need metals that'll bounce radiation. Aluminum bounces radiation really, really well. So making spacecrafts out of aluminum or with an aluminum liner is really, that's good. That's what you want. You do not want to make a lead spacecraft. That's like making a boat hull out of a sponge. Not a good idea.
And a half from now to do that burn.
But yeah, the radiation is something that you have to consider. It's not an insurmountable problem, but it's something that has to be addressed. The DRO burn is at 4:53, so it should be like now. Orion is in Naruto run mode, indeed. The absorption of electromagnetic radiation depends on the state of the water. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's an important thing to understand. So, like, I see a lot of skeptics out there that are like, oh, we need to go how we get around the radiation. Honestly,
in just about 10 seconds
an
away from that burn
aluminum spacecraft will do it just fine. This is why pilots don't get cancer, because they fly up there, and up there there's more radiation floating around. There's more UV, there's more bunch of other things. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. And because see the planet over there? Hey, see Earth? And because they're flying in an aluminum pressure vessel, it's not as bad. Yeah, Rob, if you're using deuterium or something, yeah, which is heavy water, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you don't want to drink that. Yeah. So Orion is now executing the departure burn, leaving it from the distant retrograde orbit. I forget off the top of my head, but I think this is the 7th or 8th propulsion system firing.
And we're halfway through the burn.
Oh, what's going on here? Yeah. Yeah, you see the solar arrays kind of piggly wiggling around? That's pretty cool. This is a spacecraft basically lowering what Orion is doing right now is lowering its periselene, or the lowest point of its orbit around the moon. It's lowering it, and they're also doing a very slight inclination change. Actually, the inclination change happens a little bit later on the. It's actually the next burn where they do the inclination change. Right now, they're lowering periselene to the moon again.
And we currently see a little Earth beside one of the Orion solar arrays coming into view and out of view as this burn continues.
Of course, Rob. Absolutely. Would it be safe to swim in heavy water?
And a nominal burn has been called in the room.
Oh, we got a nominal burn. There we go. Lunfrod, I don't think so. I wouldn't swim in deuterium. Maybe I know that you can swim in water that is like regular water that's being used as a moderator to like store nuclear fuel. You can swim around in that. Just don't touch the fuel. Have elta, Warjo, terve. What's the transmission delay on this feed from Orion? Yeah, a second. About a second, Rat. Yeah, back to Earth. Speed of light goes fast, man. When's splashdown? The 11th? In about 10 days. Oh, it's way shorter than yeah, it's not Mars. They ain't going to Mars, dude. It's just the moon. The moon is not that far away on an interstellar scale. So like when I say interstellar scale, I mean like light speed is considered pretty slow. It's actually not pretty slow.
And with a nominal distant retrograde orbit departure burn, Orion will leave its distant retrograde orbit, preparing Orion for a second lunar flyby, that return-powered flyby burn that we discussed earlier, an Earth insertion burn, and finally preparation for re-entry and splashdown planned for December 11th. Again, Orion has had a nominal 1 minute and 45 second distant retrograde orbit departure burn. And with that, we'll wrap coverage for today. But we'll be covering the RPF, or the return power flyby burn, live on air on Monday, December 5th. Again, that will be aired at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, that is on December the 5th. Before we air that December 5th return power flyby for Orion, be sure to check out live coverage of the U.S. EVA on December the 3rd. Showtime beginning at 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
That's basically a tie down, and it attaches right there for when the solar panels were folded up, like when it was flying up into space. Right. Yeah. See, the solar panel would fold around, and it bolts to that thing. They had a Kevlar strap to hold the solar panel in place, like in a stowed position. They fold up, right, like origami almost, and like on the way up, the Kevlar straps are holding them in place, and then they have basically like a little like plasma cutter in there to sap the Kevlar to when they deployed the solar panels open. Yeah, they don't need to be stowed again, so it's like a one and done thing. How long till the next thing happens? Remo, store time. How long till the next thing happens? Tom.
Our live views from Orion have gone.
5th
briefly, we're currently looking at the Aero Tracker. You can track Artemis and you can track Orion on www.nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Again, this is the Aero Tracker, giving you the velocity, the distance from Earth, and the distance from the Moon for Orion in real time.
You're welcome, Bree. Here it is. So velocity is 2,300 miles an hour. That's 3,500 kilometers an hour, somewhere around there. They're 237,813 miles from Earth. So that's it's like around, hold on, 400,000? No, 370.
Again, we had a nominal distant retrograde orbit departure
380,000
burn.
kilometers, somewhere around there.
Orion will leave its distant retrograde orbit, preparing Orion for a second lunar flyby, an Earth insertion burn, and finally preparation for re-entry and splashdown planned for December 11th.
And then
that'll end our coverage there. However, we'll be covering the RPF burn live on air on Monday, December 5th, beginning at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And before that burn coverage, we also have live on air Saturday, December 3rd, the U.S. Spacewalk 82, and that will start at 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Time. And be sure to follow along with our daily blog posts as Orion continues its...
52,000 miles is 80,000 kilometers from the surface of the moon. Guys, you're gonna want to be here on Monday morning. You're gonna want to be here on Monday. That is when Orion will do a close flyby of the moon on its return powered flyby, or RPF. The return powered flyby burn is gonna be done on the far side of the moon, so we won't really have a good shot. They'll be out of signal from it for the return powered flyby burn, but after that, it'll pass the close. Orion will go by the close side of the moon, and you'll be able to see the Apollo landing sites. They're going to be 6,000 miles off the surface, so about what is that, like 90,000 kilometers off the surface. But this will be the first will be the first time on this mission that you see the close side of the moon in the daylight, because when Orion flew out there, the close side of the moon was dark and the far side of the moon was lit. So this will be the closest not only will it be the closest that it comes to the Apollo landing sites, but it'll be in the daytime too. So why don't we have a permanent satellite around moon? Look up the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Just arriving for the day. What have I missed? I went over the truck front to back, the 59, and got everything. Made a list. It's a long list. 24-hour deadline just dropped. I need late night energy. What do? Coffee. $3.79. Thanks, Roundless. Coffee and water. Also, it isn't that easy. Orbital perturbations makes it harder than in Kerbal. There you go. Good job, Ren. Hell yeah. I think I have tea on hand. Let me check. No more kofif. You need coffee. Go, dude. Wait, Alex, are you home, or are you still doing foreign exchange? You're home, right? You're home? Bro, go get some espresso. There has to be an espresso. You don't have like 24-hour coffee shops or anything? Okay, drink water and tea. You'll be fine. Just put water. Just tea. You'll be fine with tea. I mean, coffee would be better, but and then just don't think about sleeping. That, like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you sit there and you constantly ponder the fact that you've been up for like 26 hours straight, your body would be like, I've been up for 26 hours straight. Better go to sleep. Hey, have you slept today? Like, that's what I do. When I do long streams, I don't even think about how long I've been streaming. Don't even think about it. Just keep going. Next up at 8 is the Tesla Semi delivery. A Tesla semi-delivery event. Oh, that's at 8? I had low expectations for this tournament, but holy hell, I've been disappointed. Go USA. Well, yeah, Germany got the shaft today, Sevi. The goalie, would Orion look like the ISS if you were standing on the moon as it's going by? Would you be even able to see it? In the distant retrograde orbit, it'd be going pretty dang fast. But as long as the lighting conditions were right, goalie, you could see it, sure. Guys, so the reason why I did the truck stuff today is because I knew today was going to be a shorter stream for me. The reason why it was going to be a shorter stream for me is because the hand egg game for my sports ball team is tonight, and the game starts at 8:15.